Thanks, Turtle.
March 28, 2022 to order. With that, Judy, I'll pass it back to you and you can get things rolling.
Thank you. We'll start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional lands of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as the beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. We do not have an approval of a supplementary agenda this evening, Mr. Mayor. However, just before closed session started, Tim Sutherland advised me that he had been speaking with Dave Taylor, and we noticed a couple errors on report 17B and C. So administration is requesting that we pull items 17B and C under the Public Utilities Commission and bring that back at a future council meeting, if that's okay with council.
Any objections to that? Hearing none, Judy?
Great, thank you. And disclosures of pecuniary interest, I have not received any today. Next on the agenda are the deputations. Council, we have 38 deputations that we will be reading to you this evening, and the clerk's office will begin them now. I just need to open up. Yes, so the first 31 deputations will be on item 17. Just scrolling down here, sorry. 16D, the Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole recommendations for public consultation for woodlot preservation options. The first deputation this evening is from Eric Anderson. Dear Mayor and Council, my name is Eric Anderson. I am a resident of Chatham-Kent who has been actively following this issue since 2013. I have participated in your surveys, reached out with my opinion. Public consultation by administration has already begun at the taxpayer's expense to the amount of $70,000 plus. Over 1,500 people responded to your survey, with the majority wanting to see regulation. Did this survey mean nothing? Did letters of support for regulation from multiple organizations mean nothing? Is the GIS data all wrong and inaccurate? You continue to cater to small minorities and give in to their demands. As someone looking in this is not a process of democracy, but preferred treatment to a certain group of individuals. There needs to be a vote, nothing else. I do not support any more money spent and time wasted on this issue. You have had 9 years, and the only result is continued clearing and diminishing tree coverage. My question is, if this issue ever went for a referendum, how do you think it would go? As I know you already know the answer, you do not have my support for more consultation. Sincerely, Eric Anderson.
The next deputation is from Ken Bell. Dear Mayor, Councillors and staff, thank you Chatham-Kent for a democratic and informative process led by capable staff. We appreciate the comprehensive report with exhaustive public input, progressive recommendations, and costing. We are all stakeholders in the future of ecosystems. To correct the misconception from last week, vested interests in this situation are those who may personally benefit from deforestation. The vast majority of electors are not vested interests, but stakeholders motivated by a shared love of the natural environment. Should councillors choose to rehash the public consultation process for vested interest in a Bradley Centre rally or any other proposed delay To avoid public perception of lopsided interference, there needs to be recognition of all stakeholder groups. In that spirit, I recommend that should Council choose to extend this process, the rural forest owners be evenly represented from the OFA, the CFFO, the NFU, the Ecological Farmers Association of Ontario, and informed members of the Chatham-Kent ecological community, as well as any proposed repetition of consultation, either live or facilitated, should have representation weighted as per the 2021 public survey question. I support the restriction on property rights to preserve woodlots in Chatham-Kent. Slightly or totally support 62.8%, slightly or totally opposed 31.1%, neutral 6%. This would be fair based on real measurements. In closing, the majority of CK ratepayers support the committee of the whole process and the findings and the recommendations of the report. We see no legitimate reason to kick this process down the road further than April 11th. I also propose that should Council decide to pursue the two options tabled last Monday, that the fully extension costs be borne by the vested interests specifically demanding it, and not the majority stakeholders who have thus far supported the Natural Heritage Committee of the whole process. Thank you, Ken Bell.
This next deputation is by Lenoir. Dear Mayor and Council members, I am a resident and landowner in Chatham-Kent. I am writing in response to the motion tabled by Councillor Wright and the NHCOTW meeting on Monday, 21st March. The motion suggested an RFP be drafted for the purpose of contracting the services of a facilitator. The stated purpose of the contract would be to determine whether the extensive discussions, public consultations, efforts, and analysis undertaken by municipal staff over the past months have been full, unbiased, and reflective of the residents of Chatham-Kent. What an abhorrent waste of resources and tax dollars. Residents of Chatham-Kent have been invited to provide comment. It has not been difficult to do so for those engaged and motivated to have input and be heard during this process. Councillors have had communications from their individual ward residents and meetings with stakeholders and have shared those comments in the process. Who can say at this point that they haven't been heard? The landowners and farmers that I know are engaged in good farming practices and are wise stewards of the land. They recognize the importance of environmental well-being and our natural heritage stability and understand the science behind farming best practices. Just who are these stakeholders who have a different scientific knowledge to the majority of Chatham-Kent residents? I would suggest that anyone who feels their voice hasn't been heard simply does not like the outcome of these consultations, and no amount of facilitation or public meetings can change that. As far as I can see, the primary effect of the motion, as tabled, would be to further delay the enacting of legislation. This would no doubt see the tree cover in Chatham-Kent reduced in quick order to less than the desperate 3.5% we find ourselves at now. Lenoir.
The next deputation is from Mary Lou Constantine. Honorable Mayor and members of Council, thank you for your continued work and efforts towards making our community better. I am writing this deputation today out of total disbelief and much frustration about the motion made at last week's council meeting to hire a third-party facilitator as requested by the KFA. After years of studies, reports, consultant analysis, sustainability plans, various community engagements, including a public survey developed by a third-party facilitator, and more recently, a document entitled Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole Recommendations for Public Consultation for Woodlot Preservation Options. How are we still at this point? How is it even being considered? This is heading backwards instead of forging ahead. I do not support this at all. Not only is this a total waste of taxpayers' money, mine included, but ample opportunities to respond have already been provided over the last year. So the reason that the KFA has argued is void, as the woodlot preservation options also include a public comment period for 30 days. So why would the scheduled process be delayed? Not to mention the expense of a facilitator. Where will those funds come from? Important community services. I also do not support the need for another public meeting beyond what was proposed in the document plan. Again, a waste of money, and a public meeting is already scheduled for April 11th, 2022. I truly believe the KFA wants to bully council in any way they can, So once again, I'm here to defend our woodlots and the hours and hours of work that has been poured into the protection of such an important environmental issue in our community. This is truly a slap in the face to all those who have been involved and are prepared to have their voices heard on the options. In closing, I'd like to ask Council to not shut out the work and process that has been done, and please keep the schedule set out in the document which provides options to address a clear cutting of woodlots. It is time to accept the science and the sense of what is required for the health and benefit of the great majority of the people you represent. Oh, I must remind you that we are only 3.5% tree coverage in our community. How horribly shameful. Thank you for your time, Mary Lou Constantine.
The next deputation is from Kay Dysars. In 2013, I submitted a petition to Chatham-Kent Council entitled Petition to Pass a Woodlot Preservation Bylaw in Chatham-Kent. At that time, a handful of foot soldiers were able to easily collect 5,000 signatures from CK residents, including 518 farm and woodlot owners. Now, in 2022, I understand that the Kent Federation of Agriculture has a petition asking for further consultation. Dust off the petition you were sent in 2013. I am sure that your intent is equal representation. The KFA say more consultation is needed. Welcome to Chatham-Kent, the least forested municipality in the province. Next time you hear about rainforest destruction, remember this area at one time was an impenetrable forest, but we humans love to alter nature. We call it economical progress. In fact, I have approached Council to address the issue of trees for 4 decades, and you say further consultation is needed? I spoke to Council about the need for a tree cutting bylaw in 1998, then again in the 2000s as a member of the municipality's environmental committee, and in 2002, according to a May 2002 Chatham Daily News article, Councillor Brian King remains opposed to a tree cutting bylaw. He is worried just taking a serious look at it would spark widespread woodlot cutting. If people think you are going to have a tree cutting bylaw, they are going to be out there tomorrow cutting trees. He said, Ralph Pluckley's manager of strategic planning services said that that was the case in the past. In the old days, when you brought that up, as soon as the word was out of your mouth, you could almost hear the chainsaws. Then in 2003, when the municipality had public meetings on what they referred to as a forest management plan. In 2010, when the possible demise of Paxton's Bush was a hot issue, and in 2013, when the municipality opted for a strategy, aka words on paper. Finally, you no doubt remember that in 2021, a mass mail-out was done to over 6,000 stakeholders. More consultation is needed. If history repeats itself, what are we to think? Will this issue simply be swept under the rug until Chatham-Kent has no forest remaining? I am asking this council, please acknowledge and respect the years of consultation that have taken place. Acknowledge and respect the 2013 petition. When science tells us about climate change and that time is of the essence, why don't you listen? Or was Tom Beaton correct in 2013? He stopped me in the hallway outside council chambers and exclaimed, "You don't understand how things work around here." I responded, "You mean 1 acre equals 1 vote?" Ken Dysars.
The next deputation is by Alan Jackson. Honorable Mayor and Council, do we really need a paid summer facilitator to stick handle? At what percentage will the municipal government accept and recognize this community's deforestation problem and leverage the legal and justifiable powers available to them? The majority of the engaged constituents are aghast at previous council's collective decisions, which facilitated the decimation of more. We all know that our heritage is partly defined by agriculture, a need to eat and get paid. At what point do we collectively decide we are profitable enough? At what point do we recognize the inherent value and choose to protect the substantial innate benefits in the remaining nature infrastructure? When do we as a community agree that some things deserve our legal protections? Again, we as the engaged constituents ask that the Honorable Mayor and Council pick up the legal and justifiable tools available to them. Alan Jackson.
The next deputation is by Sally Joyce. Council and Mayor. My name is Sally Joyce. I was born and raised in Chatham-Kent and am currently a resident of Chatham-Kent. I am formally educated in the environmental science at University of Waterloo and education. I appreciate the ability to breathe clean, fresh air, my life, and the lives of all others depends on it. Trees are vital. As the biggest plants on the planet, they give us oxygen, store carbon, stabilize the soil, and give life to the world's wildlife. They also provide us with the materials for tools and shelter. Hiring another consultant to study the issues in Chatham-Kent, having been at this crossroad with this issue before, is very wasteful and inefficient, especially in times we repeatedly hear of the needs for the local infrastructure repairs and maintenance, housing needs, and the needs for mental health assistance. We have become a community that very often sends funds out of our community to repeatedly study issues within our community. Something is definitely broken in the way that we approach challenges and problems in our community. It is a form of insanity. Many of you have heard the humorous definition of insanity, repeating the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Well, it is not funny at all here in Chatham-Kent. We seem to be paralyzed from proactively moving forward with life-sustaining and quality-of-life-improving measures here. We come to similar crossroads over and over again, and woodlots and healthy resources dwindle while we are trying to make decisions. Why is that? In this case, we cannot follow through with the original plan strategy to decide the fate of local woodlots. Substantial time, efforts, and taxpayer dollars have already been spent on getting to this stage of the process, and scraping the planned strategy is disrespectful to all of us, not to mention wasteful. Urgently and sincerely, Sally Joyce.
The next deputation is from Greg Kent. It was my understanding that Council was to consider implementing a woodlot preservation bylaw at today's meeting, but it appears that Council is now being asked to consider a further study or review, and that the interim bylaw will end before the further study and review is completed. My point was and remains that no action is being taken and woodlots will not be protected. Our Council needs to act to protect what we have left. Although my letter does include other points, I think it is important that we move forward now. The municipality has done a good job in gathering information and data, and it is time to act. Greg Kent.
The next deputation is by Phil Lenoir. I'm a landowner and resident of Chatham-Kent, Ward 3. I listened to the NHCOTW meeting last week, and I was pleased to hear the progress the CK staff and the committee is making on the subject of forest preservation. I was dismayed when a recommendation to further delay the process was passed, and I wish to urge Council to reject this proposal. Clearly, public input is imperative to inform Council of residents' wishes and present ideas for solutions to issues. This matter has received an incredible amount of public input over the past decade, not least as a survey that made the public mood on the issue loud and clear. All residents have had more than ample opportunity to make representations, and the draft proposal presented to the meeting allowed for adequate further input based on proposed solutions. A small but vocal group, fronted by the KFA executive and the OLA, are clearly unhappy with the majority view and seek every opportunity to derail and delay the process. They have no regard to the costs incurred and the resulting tax implications. Democracy is supposed to offer an equal say to all, yet this group seems to be able to twist Council to give them preference. They employed the same tactics in 2013 and engineered a mass public meeting where their aggressive behavior served to intimidate proponents of clear-cutting control. Their proposition that tree lot owners can be trusted to be good stewards of the land has been proven ineffective by the continued loss of this rare local resource. Our elected representatives are supposed to listen to the wishes of their constituents and provide leadership to see that appropriate actions are taken. Some of the current council seem to be failing in this. Councillor Wright calls the majority that support forest preservation tree huggers, clearly showing his contempt for the electorate. Councillor Latimer talks of opportunities for bylaw opponents to present their science. Not only have they had ample opportunity, the OFA has already presented the case for forest preservation in a letter to Council last year. Many of the opponents have publicly denounced climate change, which clearly shows the quality of their science. Full science reports were presented to Council in 2013. Councillor Thompson stated that decisions should not be made in haste. I agree, but how can a decade of debate over something the rest of the province has put in place years ago be called haste? If these councillors truly believe that the originally proposed public consultation is inadequate, why do they not propose a referendum to be included in this year's council election? I commend CK staff for their efforts in trying to move this process forward and those councillors that have not forgotten their duties to their electorate. I call on Council to reject the procrastination and boondoggle that the amended proposal represents and return to the originally proposed public consultation. Phil Lenoir.
Next deputation is from Cindy Miles. I don't support a third-party facilitator or a public meeting in a large venue like the Bradley Centre as requested by the KFA. That's just a waste of taxpayer time and money at this point. Cindy Miles.
The next deputation is from Earl Johnson. After months of hearing from the citizens of Chatham-Kent, having requested and been given several comprehensive reports from administration, and having had lengthy discussions at Council of the Whole, you are telling us that you were incapable of making an informed decision on forest conservation issues? Councillors, do you not understand why you were given privilege in serving this office? You are allowing yourselves to be intimidated and pressured by a group who claim representation of landowners in CK, but they do not represent OFA policy, the Ontario National Farmers Union, the Provincial CFFO, the Ecological Farmers Association of Ontario, or our own Environmental Farm Coalition, REALM. The purpose of this group is not to mediate or consult, it is to confront and disrupt. Although the electorate who will certainly support you stand up to this challenge and have the courage to move forward with the process of finally bringing this community the environmental recognition that we all deserve, that what remains of our forested land does truly matter. Earl Johnson.
The next deputation is by Sherry Prowse. Dear Mayor and Council, my name is Sherry Prowse, and I am a resident of Chatham-Kent and a property owner. I offer my comments regarding the motion before you on March 28th to release an RFP for the purpose of hiring a third-party facilitator, consider a large public meeting, and abandon the proposed consultation process. I am opposed to this motion as I have not seen any evidence that justifies the expense, the need for a large 1,800-person meeting, and to abandon the current proposal for consultation as outlined in the March 14th, 2022 report, Public Consultation for Woodlot Preservation Options. This motion is to address, quote, perceptions, unquote, by those not feeling heard and an apparent lack of neutrality by staff. This accusation has not been supported by any facts. Does Chatham-Kent normally abandon a strategy a year in the making based on perceptions of a very small number of stakeholders? Can Council demonstrate when this has taken place before? Council needs to think critically about where this is coming from and what impact it will have on the outcome of the strategy moving forward, which I believe is minimal. The number of signatories of the petition driving this motion, 447, is roughly equal to 30% of the approximate 1,500 participants of the online survey. Based on this survey, roughly 30% of participants are totally opposed or slightly opposed to restrictions on property rights to preserve woodlots in Chatham-Kent, and not totally supportive of the preservation of woodlots in Chatham-Kent. While there are accusations that the survey may have been biased, I don't believe that related to these points. Knowing that many KFA members take these positions, this petition may be reflective of the survey results, and as long as the options do not reflect these, they will not be satisfied. While I have issues with some aspects of the options presented on March 14th, 2022, I am willing to let the process play out and participate in the 30-day commenting period along with the planned public meeting on April 11th to voice those concerns. It is not clear why these other citizens cannot do the same. Additionally, Councillor Harrigan rightly pointed out when discussing this motion during the last Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole meeting on March 21st, a facilitator, a third-party consultant, is only required when you don't have capable staff. I have been impressed by the neutrality and quality of the reporting prepared by staff on this issue. This demonstrates they are both dedicated to being neutral and capable. Taxpayers' dollars have been spent on engagement, surveys, support of the Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole, and so forth already. An unsupported perception is not sufficient to justify this expense. I think taxpayers deserve any extra money to be spent on, for example, projects to assist in the recovery of the COVID-19 pandemic that will benefit all residents. Finally, consultations using a facilitator were carried out in 2013, which ended in the development and implementation of the natural heritage strategy and ultimately a minimum overall decrease of 834 hectares of forest cover since 2015, which is proof that a facilitator may not equate to a positive outcome for forest preservation, even if the preponderance of residents support it. For this and all of the above, I do not support this motion. Thank you. Sherry Prowse.
The next deputation is from the group Raging Grannies, Chatham-Kent. Dear Mayor and Council members, the Raging Grannies of Chatham-Kent would like to offer our comments regarding the motion before you on March 28, 2022, entitled Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole Recommendations for Public Consultation for Woodlot Preservation Options, dated March 23, 2022. We are all citizens of Chatham-Kent and property owners. We absolutely support a democratic process where all citizens have an opportunity to weigh in on an issue. However, we are opposed to stopping the current process outlined in the documents Public Consultation for Woodlot Preservation Options, dated March 14, 2022, so you can hire a facilitator and have a larger public meeting at some other time for the following reasons. Number one, over the past year, comments and suggestions have been gathered, including a public survey, which is cumulative and production of options document tabled by the Committee of the Whole. There are a lot of positive elements in this document that we and other stakeholders are wanting to comment on and move the process forward. It is not clear why these other citizens cannot do the same. Number two, we believe this surprise motion is an attempt by those who oppose woodlot protection to interfere in consultations of the proposed options, which include the implementation of a bylaw. It has been a tactic of those opposed to the woodlot regulation, as seen in 2013, to arrange for big public meetings for the sole purpose of intimidating the council and those groups fighting to save Chatham-Kent Forest. We all need to feel we can participate without intimidation. Number three, substantial time, efforts, and taxpayer dollars have already been spent on getting to this stage of the process with an options document in place that encompasses a good framework for woodlands protection. Extensive volunteer efforts and donations by stakeholders such as the Raging Grannies Chatham-Kent have been made to engage people on this issue in the decision-making process. Scrapping the planning strategy is an affront to all of us. Number four, there is no money in the municipal budget for hiring a facilitator, so it will no doubt come from the taxes and likely reduce funding to much-needed programs or services. And five, while there is a temporary bylaw in place to stop clear-cutting of woodlots, this is only in force until April 30th, 2022, and it may not be extended. We need to move forward with the permanent solution as soon as possible to save our forest, and this motion could delay it past the next election or indefinitely. Thank you for your time and consideration, Raging Grannies Chatham-Kent.
The next deputation is from Ted and Jill Schweitzer. Please do not spend more money, do an RFP, or extend the process regarding deforestation in Chatham-Kent. Enough time and money has been spent. Substantial time, effort, and taxpayer dollars have already been spent on getting to this stage of the process, with an options document in place that encompasses a good framework for woodland protection. Your constituents have spoken. Please protect CK Forests. Sincerely, Jill and Ted Schweitzer.
The next deputation is from Sherry Williams. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Council members, my name is Sherry Williams, and I'm a resident of Chatham-Kent. I'm writing to tell you I am a stakeholder in this issue. I own both farmland and a woodlot. I am beyond frustrated with Council's decision to try and drag this issue on even more. You have asked my opinion through workshops, surveys, and public engagements. I have given you my answer. I did this in 2013 and again recently with your survey and Zoom engagement session. I fully support a tree conservation bylaw in Chatham-Kent. You, however, are not listening to myself as well as many others, including other woodlot owners and farmers who feel the same as me. Enough is enough. No more time and money needs to be wasted on this issue. Your actions are starting to show you only hear the voices of a few who cannot accept regulation. You continue to refer to them as the only stakeholders whose voices matter. Nothing more is necessary, and my answer to you has been the same for the past 10 years. Regards, Sherry Williams.
The next deputation is from the group CK Woodlot Preservation. Mayor and Council. By now, our group, CK Woodlot Preservation, is not unfamiliar to you. Councils have heard from us for the past 9 years. Our members have been involved in this issue since it came back to Council back in 2013. We sat at the table in meetings with then Mayor Hope and councillors. We actively participated in sessions facilitated by Brian Boyle, aimed at negotiating a compromise on this issue. We have submitted multiple deputations each time this issue is on the council agenda. Our members have taken part in each engagement opportunity that has been presented, including the survey conducted by a third party, KPMG. We feel at this point the opportunities for the public to speak on this issue have been more than sufficient. Council has been armed with mass amounts of data over the last year. This is no refuting science and factual data, no matter how long this issue is discussed. The hiring of a facilitator will not bring any new information to the forefront. Taxpayers had funded the hiring of Brian Boyle previously. Taxpayers funded the development of the Natural Heritage Implementation Strategy by Jennifer Lawrence, which did nothing to protect forests in Chatham-Kent. Taxpayers funded the very thorough and unbiased survey conducted by Ethel in 2021. The hiring of a facilitator another time will only result in the gathering of more information, which the public has had the opportunity to provide time and time again, regardless of which side of the issue one is on. Now it is time for Council to develop concrete actions that will lead to the preservation of forest parcels in Chatham-Kent. The data has been gathered. The opinions have been heard. Now it is time for solutions rather than delay tactics. We urge Council to move forward in a way that will see real results rather than simply more talking. Please remember, despite what some groups and councillors may want you to believe, our group is comprised of farmers who are members of the KFA, the CFFO, and the NFU. Our group is comprised of landowners who own forest parcels who fully support protected legislation, and we represent the general public, all of whom are stakeholders in this issue. Our farmer members, our woodlot owners, and the public want to see no vote tonight on item 16D. Respectfully, CK Woodlot Preservation.
The next deputation is from Robert Clerk. The enduring saga of a deforestation bylaw has gone on long enough. The intimidation and delaying tactics being employed by the self-appointed representatives of the KFA are unduly delaying Council from making a progressive decision. The survey conducted last year clearly concluded that the majority of Chatham-Kent residents support a bylaw that would stop the wholesale destruction of the sparse tree cover in our municipality. The engaging of another mediator that was done in 2014 to no avail to adjudicate the process will only delay further the decision that needs to be made. We have the science, the wishes of the majority of Chatham-Kent residents, the support of the Committee of the Whole to support a deforestation bylaw. The obstruction of the minority opponents has gone on long enough. Let us get this done. Robert Clerk.
This next deputation is by Sarah Ferrin. Dear Honourable Mayor Caniff and 2022 Council, please accept my deputation in regards to the motion for further consultation and the involvement of a third-party mediator in regards to the forest preservation bylaw. There is much confusion to many people as to why you feel this motion is necessary. I can assure you that we have been down this path before. Many council members today know this because in 2013, you were the same ones that approved the allocation of $70,000 from the Strategic Development Fund to be used for a promotional and educational campaign that included the hiring of a third-party facilitator, Brian Boyle. Brian Boyle was hired, and under the management of Tom Beaton, a committee was formed and a stakeholder engagement process was facilitated. These meetings were attended by about 12 individuals, me being one of them. I sat across the table from the same people that are once again requesting the hiring of yet another third-party facilitator, all at an expense. I am therefore dumbfounded as to why we need to do this again. We spent countless hours drafting both the tree conservation bylaw and the natural heritage implementation strategy. In 2013, Council at the time, many of you included, passed the implementation of the Natural Heritage Implementation Strategy rather than a bylaw, even though at that time the well-written report by April Reid leaned toward regulation as being the only way to prevent further clearings. In 2013, you also firmly stated that if the natural heritage strategy was unsuccessful, then you would implement the already drafted forest conservation bylaw. Well, it is 9 years later. The natural heritage implementation strategy has proven not to be effective. Administration has done everything requested of Council to engage the public. This new motion is unwarranted and unnecessary. There is no need to delay this issue any longer. There needs to be a vote. The delaying of this issue for an undetermined amount of time to many looks like a tactic to avoid the issue, something Council has done for far too long. From someone who devoted their time to this process already in 2013, I do not see any need for another public meeting. We all know the group requesting this consultation will find something wrong with the process, and it will continue. Regards, Sarah Ferrin.
Council, the next deputation I'll be reading has been received 3 times by 3 different individuals, but is identical. So rather than read 3 times, I'll just read it once and state the names at the end. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am a resident of Chatham-Kent. I am writing to tell you I am a stakeholder in this community. I pay taxes and contribute in so many ways to benefit this community. I am beyond frustrated with Council's decision to try and drag this issue on even more. You have asked my opinion through workshops, surveys, and public engagement. I have given you my answer. I fully support a tree conservation bylaw in Chatham-Kent. You, however, are not listening to myself, as well as many others, including woodlot owners and farmers who feel the same as me. Enough is enough. No more time and money needs to be wasted on this issue. Again, it was received 3 times, once by Blair Ferrin, second Susan Jeffrey, and third Joseph Pete.
The next deputation is from Chris Knight. I'm writing today as an OFA and KFA member to express my displeasure with the latest attempts by a minority of the landowners and members of council to delay a resolution to the forest conservation issue in Chatham-Kent. We do not need a third-party mediator for this issue. Staff and council are more than capable of resolving this issue. There is absolutely no need to punt the ball outside of our community to someone else. For nearly a year, Chatham-Kent administration and council has collected information and opinion from both the electorate and experts alike. During this time, all members of Chatham-Kent have been given the opportunity to put forth their opinions and possible ideas for solutions to this most pressing issue. For this minority group of activists and landowners to claim they have not had the opportunity to be heard is misleading at best. In fact, some of them were so good at giving their opinion for the online survey, they decided to submit their opinion multiple times in an attempt to skew the results, as has been noted by Chatham-Kent staff. I would like to remind Mayor Caniff and Council that this vocal minority has had nearly a decade and hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer resources to prove the natural heritage strategy that they wanted would work, and it clearly has not. We do not need a third-party mediator from outside of this community. To quote the KFA leadership, we need a made-in-CK solution to this issue. If that is the case, why would we hand over the reins to someone else? The last year has seen an enormous amount of public input and work by council and staff. This is how the democratic process works. Now it's time to finalize the plans and move our community forward in a positive and progressive way. This minority group requesting an outside mediator put the car in the ditch on this issue nearly a decade ago and has shown a complete lack of ability to get the car back on the road. They had every opportunity to be heard and come forward with progressive solutions. Don't give them the car keys back. Pull it out yourselves as council and move on. Thank you, Chris Knight.
This next deputation is by both Lisa McMillan and Yvonne Roberts. As lifelong residents of Chatham-Kent, we are writing to tell you to vote no on the motion to hire a facilitator and to stop the current process and timelines. Considerable time, effort, and taxpayers' dollars have already been spent getting to this stage. Over the past year, comments and suggestions have been gathered, including a public survey, which was culminated in the production of the options document tabled by the Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole. We have a current plan of a 30-day commenting period beginning March 24th, as well as a public meeting on April 11th. Back in 2013, you sought our opinion through meetings, surveys, and public engagement. A third-party facilitator was hired, a report was submitted, and open houses were held throughout the municipality. Once again, much time, effort, and money has been spent to engage people on the issue and the decision-making process. We need to stick to our current plan and timeline. Thank you. Lisa McMillan and Yvonne Roberts.
The next deputation is from Gillette. Honorable Mayor and Council, a lot of what we are doing today has already been done 10 years ago. Rather than going through all this over again, why don't we just review the October 2013 Committee of the Whole meeting? The only difference that we do have in 2022 is that we learned there is a broad support from the public, farmers, and woodlot owners that a conservation bylaw the only way to address ongoing deforestation. However, if we are going to have further consultation on a woodlot conservation matter, then I think we should also have municipal representation for other jurisdictions, such as Lambton, Elgin, etc., on how the woodlot conservation bylaws have worked in the past 10 years. Thank you for your time. Rock to luck, farmer and woodlot owner.
The next deputation is from Reid and Annalise Gerapic. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Our names are Reid and Annalise Gerapic, third generation of the Natvic farming family that shares over 400 acres in the Highgate area. I, Reid, am currently in my third year of medical school at Western, aiming to be an emergency department doctor. I have spent several shifts working in the emergency department in the Chatham Hospital. Annalise is in the fourth year of engineering in my master, and in one of my co-op placements worked at KSR. Both of us look forward to building our careers and eventually our families in Chatham-Kent. However, we are writing to tell you that we and our extended families are stakeholders in this issue. Our families own both farmland and woodlot. We have written and spoken previously on this issue and are frustrated with Council's decision to extend this process. Our and the community's opinions have been requested by you through workshops, surveys, and public engagements. We did this in 2013 and again recently with your survey and Zoom engagement sessions. We and the Natvic family fully support a tree cutting bylaw in Chatham-Kent. Please listen to us as well as many others, including other woodlot owners and farmers who feel the same as us. It is time to make a decision and listen to the quiet majority and not the vocal minority. One of note is the number of lawn signs supporting the bylaw that are currently all over the lawns in Chatham-Kent. No further analysis is required. Keep the woodlots, attraction tourism, and new residents, young people like ourselves who have skills, will critically evaluate the quality of life and the commitment to the environment when we make that decision. Regards, Reid and Annalise Gerapic.
This next deputation is by Mike Smith. And Council, in the spirit of transparency, Mike Smith is an employee of the municipality of Chatham-Kent, but tonight is submitting his deputation as a resident of Ward 2 South Kent. I'm writing today to ask you to vote no on the recommendations put forward in item 16D on the Council agenda tonight. The Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole has received more than enough information and community input to see that forest cover in Chatham-Kent has continued to drop over the past decade while the Natural Heritage Implementation Strategy has been in place. Also, there is well-documented support for a new approach from both rural and urban residents. An example of regulatory frameworks from other municipalities has been shown to be effective in increasing natural cover. Please allow the Natural Heritage Committee process to continue and don't cave to the demands of a very small subset of the farming community that is in favor of continued clear cutting. There are motivated members of this community ready and willing to work towards building and enhancing what little natural cover we have left. We would like to feel confident that the work we are doing is going to last decades or centuries into the future. Respectfully, Mike Smith.
Next deputation is from Rick Wilkins. Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Rick Wilkins and I am a resident of and woodlot owner in Chatham-Kent. I am writing to inform you that I oppose the motion on the floor to hire a facilitator which would further delay the process as laid out by the Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole in regards to woodlots in Chatham-Kent. The Committee of the Whole has engaged the citizens of Chatham-Kent with a well-researched and lengthy survey, the results of which have been presented by staff. The process is set out by the Committee of the Whole must continue as this community works to achieve its natural heritage goals. Thank you.
The next deputation is from Sherry Williams. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sherry Williams. I'm a resident of Chatham-Kent. I am writing to tell you that I am a stakeholder in this issue. I own both farmland and woodlot. I am beyond frustrated with the council's decision to try and drag this issue on even more. You have asked my opinion through workshops, surveys, and public engagements. I have given you my answer. I did this in 2013 and again recently with your survey and Zoom engagement sessions. I fully support a tree conservation bylaw in Chatham-Kent. You, however, are not listening to myself as well as many others, including the woodlot owners and farmers who feel the same as I do. Enough is enough, and no more time and money needs to be wasted on this issue. Your actions are starting to show you only hear the voices of a few who cannot accept regulation. You continue to refer to them as the only stakeholders whose voices matter. Nothing is more necessary. My answer has always been the same for the past 10 years. Regards, Sherry Williams.
The next deputation is by T. Moore. I'm sending this in deputation for Monday's council meeting, stating that the members of my household don't support a third-party facilitator or a public meeting in a large venue like Bradley Center as requested by KFA. That's just a waste of taxpayers' time and money at this point. This is just an attempt to extend this beyond the next election and start the process over again. The numbers are the numbers, and CK should be embarrassed by those numbers. The municipality should be scrambling to protect what little there is left and spend time making and implementing a plan to restore our land. KFA is a small percentage of the community and should have no issues fitting into the same guidelines and bylaws that the surrounding county farmers have adjusted to years ago. They claim to be good stewards of the land and therefore should have no issues in doing whatever it takes to protect and restore the land. T. Moore.
The next deputation is from David Lachance. Whatever decision you make tonight considering the above subject, I would respectfully suggest you continue the temporary bylaw restriction on cutting for as long as the process takes to complete. Otherwise, the council will have seen to have very effectively made its decision in allowing the cutting to continue. David Lachance.
And the next deputation is from Gary Eagleson. I was a member of the pro-bylaw group that met in 2013 in order to consider a proposed woodlot protection bylaw. As part of that process, a petition was submitted to council from the citizens of CK requesting that the bylaw be approved. I have signed the portion of this petition in my possession. The petition contains the names of 1,601 citizens who submitted online and 3,050 who signed in person. The total of 4,651 names who supported the bylaw, 518 were recorded as woodlot owners. As history records, the negotiations did not go smoothly. Brian Boyle was hired as a mediator in an attempt to coordinate this process. Although he obviously tried his best to facilitate some sort of mutually agreed upon solution, the final outcome was one of frustration. As history shows, council, for whatever reason, was unable to arrive at an effective solution on this issue, and the natural heritage policy was passed. As a consequence, approximately $70,000 of taxpayer money accomplished little, and we are now once again considering another fact-finding proposal on the same issue. As part of the bylaw consideration in 2013, an extensive study was presented and widespread consultation occurred. There were multiple public meetings in various communities throughout Chatham-Kent. I recall extensive charts and graphs and other visual resources at these meetings. As well, there were sheets available for the public for written input. This was in addition to multiple deputations to council. The main issue facing council this evening, however, concerns the claim that there has been a lack of transparency and an opportunity for adequate public input into the present ongoing proposed woodlot protection bylaw. Fact-finding. This, in spite of the abundance of verified and impartial data presented by the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority and administration, as a result of their well-organized and an effort to solicit public input via multiple venues. Administration has already presented council with all the logical and relevant areas that can be incorporated into their decision-making and a list of impartial opinions that can be considered for each. We do not need further consultation with the wasting of additional taxpayer dollars. We urgently do need a quick and lasting solution. Gary Eagleson.
And Council, we have one more. Sorry, there was a slight duplication. We have two very similar names. This last one with regards to this report is from Sherry Ann Wills. Tonight's discussion of the request for proposal for consulting services of a facilitator is creating a lot of head shaking throughout the community. That this council would pursue the idea after the committee's work all these months would be unproductive. One defined role of this facilitator would be to determine what further information needs to be gathered. It is inconceivable that council does not have the required information today after all of these months to make an informed decision. The administration has performed a meticulous job at providing methodical background information as well as equal opportunities for public input which were unbiased. Enough truly is enough. Volumes of input from respected organizations, First Nations, and the collaboration of community stakeholders throughout the area have been read and delivered to you. We have examined the findings and heard the community outcry to protect the little we have left. What value will there be in presenting any further information to councillors, especially when there are those who are apparently not accepting the scientific facts and environmental sustainability platforms they were voted in by the public forum? Another agenda item being considered is what further stakeholder engagement is needed. Please recognize these latest cries from the group claiming to not have been heard are portraying themselves as representatives of Chatham-Kent agricultural community. However, it is not representative of the majority, but of their own self-interest. I invite you to please reread the correspondence submitted during the public input time of April 26, 2021 to August 6, 2021, paying attention to the significant number of letters written by members of the KFA, making it clear their recognition in the need for a Woodlot Preservation bylaw. The feasibility of holding an in-person public meeting on April 11, 2022 is subsequently unnecessary. It would open an ugly wound from 2013. As most will remember the parking lot confrontations that transpired after the public meetings, the KFA is seeking a repeat of this past performance. However, on a much larger scale, history cannot repeat itself. Please realize the majority of CK citizens are fed up with those in the agricultural industries which believe they can hold this council hostage until they get their way to eliminate nature and its inhabitants off the earth however they choose. The individuals that practice responsible agricultural stewardships, including a balance with nature, need not be face-to-face with those in the same farming community who see this issue as a profit-driven means to their personal end. No thank you. It would be truly fruitless to prepare more presentations and present them in such an inefficient and hostile environment, especially with all have months of input from stakeholders as you sit here this evening. Yours truly, Sherry Ann Wills, WallaceburgBIA, Ontario.
Council, there are 7 deputations left, and they all apply to item 18A, the L.O. Stonehouse Pedestrian Bridge Community of Wallaceburg. This first deputation is by Scott Atkins and Suzanne Brown. Mayor and Council, please accept this email and attachment as a delegation submission for the report to Council on this matter. We appreciate all of the work that has been undertaken by engineering and infrastructure staff and Dillon Consulting. We have given significant thought and consultation from the boating community over the last few years with regard to numerous issues that have significantly reduced the recreational use and tourism opportunities of our navigatable waterways in our community, Wallaceburg. With that in mind, we are submitting one more option for staff and council's consideration. This alternative solution would change the pedestrian bridge from a movable to permanent structure. We believe there are cost savings and community benefits achieved through the construction and life cycle maintenance costs, staff costs, no need for monitoring, and increased safety for users by the elimination of ATVs, which would be using the roadways. Thank you for your consideration, Suzanne Brown and Scott Atkins.
The next deputation is from Mike Hindmarsh, President of Branch 18, Royal Canadian Legion. I am writing this letter on behalf of the executive of Branch 18 of the Royal Canadian Legion in Wallaceburg. We are located at the forks of both branches of the Sydenham River and thus are directly impacted by this bridge based on its operational capabilities or lack thereof. The majority of patrons or members are seniors, and many enjoy the ability to use this bridge to get back and forth from their homes year-round. Many others also own boats and require an operational lift span to allow them access past the bridge. We also need that bridge for major revenue events such as Wambo, dragon boat races, and boat trips between our branch and the Dresden branch. We ask that the lift span be either operational or left in the open position to allow boat traffic access in both directions. Our executive supports the recommendation for the $1.6 million rehabilitation cost to keep the bridge operational for the next 60 years. Yours respectfully, Mike Hindmarsh.
Next deputation is from Jeff Wesley. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. This letter is to show both my support and the support of the community for this vital transportation link. One only needs to review the presentation I made to Council when the initial repairs were made to understand how important this project is. I encourage you to review that presentation as it all remains true today. The walking bridge not only connects our two downtown business areas, but also provides a vital link for our seniors to access the downtown pharmacy, senior center, and doctor's offices. The beauty of the walking bridge that it is at a level with no climbing for our older residents. Finally, this connection is vital to annual events such as Wambo and downtown's farmers market and holiday events. I could actually go on further, but if you require anything else, I would be pleased to discuss all of this in person. I encourage you to review my prior presentation on this very issue. All the best, Jeff Wesley.
This next deputation is by the WallaceburgBIA. Dear Honorable Mayor Caniff and members of Council, we are aware that our local walking bridge is under discussion regarding its rehabilitation. The downtown WallaceburgBIA would like to take this opportunity to express the importance of the bridge to our community and local businesses. In our vision of a thriving downtown core, this local historic landmark and segment of the Great Trail or Trans-Canada Trail that spans nationwide remains a prominent and unique feature of our area. The walking bridge adds to the walkability of our community for current and future residents and is a great asset in promoting waterfront tourism. As the Southside development moves forward across the river from the downtown, it will become even more vital than it already is. We encourage Council to consider any plan that ensures the L.O. Stonehouse pedestrian bridge remains at the heart of our downtown for decades to come. Respectfully submitted, Board of Directors, Downtown WallaceburgBIA.
The next deputation is from the Wallaceburg Adult Activity Center. Please accept this letter of support from the Wallaceburg Adult Activity Center for the restoration of the walking bridge in Wallaceburg. As I am sure you are aware, Wallaceburg is a physically active community with a large population of walkers. Many of the members, both the community and here at the WAAC, not only use walking as their primary mode of transportation, but also as a form of exercise. In fact, we have hosted urban polling classes in the past for members and non-members alike. The walking bridge in Wallaceburg is an integral part of all walkers, whether it means shortening their routes when running errands or being able to take in the beauty of Wallaceburg's waterfront on recreational walks. Restoring the bridge is a key part to the health and well-being of Wallaceburg and its citizens. Respectfully, Victoria Stewart, Administrative Coordinator, Wallaceburg Adult Activity Center.
The next deputation is from Brian Armitage. My name is Brian Armitage, and I am one of the founding members and organizers of the Sydenham Challenge International Dragon Boat Festival. Our festival started 20 years ago in the downtown core, utilizing the river basin for our annual event. In the year 2000, a member of our community, an avid dragon boat racer, introduced one of Canada's finest growing water sports, dragon boat racing, to Wallaceburg's breast cancer support group. Interest was immediate. Their first challenge was to find 22 interested breast cancer survivors. To do this, they reached out to our breast cancer support groups in Chatham and Sarnia. The dream was well received, and soon they had the required number of committed women for it to become a reality. Now the women have their group from Sarnia, Chatham, Wallaceburg, Tilbury, Thamesville, Dresden, Sombra, Forest, Petrolia, Oil Springs, and London. The women are all breast cancer survivors who have all taken up the sport of dragon boat racing. Their mission is to support awareness of a quality of life after diagnosis of breast cancer. In doing so, they impart their hope and empowerment to all with this disease. On and off the water, they are a visible sign to others that there is life after a breast cancer diagnosis. Dragon boat racing and the benefit for breast cancer patients are well known across the country. The upper body workout a person achieves through the exercise of dragon boating is extremely beneficial for cancer patients, especially those dealing with breast cancer. This is the reason breast cancer teams are so well supported at these events, and currently these teams of brave women can be found across North America. The event in Wallaceburg grows annually and includes teams from not only across the province, but many international teams. This event alone has allowed us to donate as much as $20,000 annually to cancer research and the United Way. The value to our community and all of Chatham-Kent has also grown along with us. Our streets fill with participants and visitors from far and wide that support our merchants and vendors alike. I am sharing this information with you so that you will understand the passion of the organizers and participants and community, as this event encompasses the entire river basin, supporting placement of over 30 teams, vendors, and community on both sides of the river basin that is connected by the walking bridge. The bridge is an integral part of the event that allows our participants and community to move freely throughout the event. For those of you that are familiar with Wallaceburg, you will also understand the benefit this bridge plays in our community. If you are familiar with our review of our history, you will see that all of our major festivals have taken place or originating around what I believe to be the gem of our community, and this includes the walking bridge. The bridge also connects our museum, the Jeannie Gordon Theatre, a local seniors residence, and community with the downtown core for the purpose of food, entertainment, shopping, medical supplies, and banking. We place our community's revitalization within your hands tonight, and I have faith and trust in the fact that you want only the best for our communities to grow and prosper, and that you will see and understand the direct benefits to our community. Thank you for allowing me the time to share my thoughts and comments this evening. Brian Armitage.
Council, the last deputation for this evening is from Jill Misselbrook from the Wallaceburg and District Chamber of Commerce. I was asked to submit a letter on behalf of the Wallaceburg and District Chamber of Commerce regarding the walking bridge. The bridge is a huge part of history. It's unique. The bridge carries over 400 per day pedestrians across the Sydenham River to the downtown core of Wallaceburg. It's a quicker and easier way for people to get downtown. If they can get downtown, this allows them to be able to shop in our downtown stores and restaurants. The bridge certainly is well used, and the view is beautiful. I don't think there is a bridge like it in Chatham-Kent. Reading through the report, there has been a lot of time and money spent on this bridge over the years, and it would be a shame to just give up on all the hard work that has already been done. If there is an opportunity to receive up to 60% grant, that would cover a lot of the costs. Why wouldn't we move forward with it? I believe that we should do everything that we can to save this bridge and keep the history. Sincerely, Jill Misselbrook, Executive Director for the Wallaceburg and District Chamber of Commerce.
Mr. Mayor, we're now on to the consent agenda. So I will run through the ones that have been pulled by council today. Item 14B, contract T22-110 road crack cleaning and sealing, pulled by Councillor Oche and Councillor Wright. Item 14F, tender award, the supply of materials for services for payment markings, pulled by Councillor Latimer. Item 15A is the Library Board update. There will be a presentation by the Library Board Chair, and Councillor Latimer also has pulled that report. 15B, the motion of Councillor Carmen McGregor regarding Senior Center's COVID recovery, Councillor Carmen McGregor and Councillor Latimer. 16A, Chatham-Kent Community Improvement Plan Property Tax Increment Equivalent Grant Program has been pulled by Councillor Kirkwood-White and Councillor Sakachi. Item 16C, motion of Councillor Oche regarding the planning exemption fee for donation of land to the Merlin Cemetery, pulled by Councillor Oche, Councillor Kirkwood-White, and Councillor Wright. Item 16D, the Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole recommendation for public consultation for Woodlot Preservation option has been pulled by Councillor Hall. Items 18A, Stonehouse Pedestrian Bridge Community of Wallaceburg has been pulled by Councillor Hall, Councillor Carmen McGregor, Councillor Latimer, and Councillor Sakachi. 18B, Temporary Outdoor Patios, Public Property, pulled by Councillor Latimer. And 19A, council resolution supporting equitable OCIF funding for single-tier municipalities pulled by Councillor Brock McGregor and Councillor Latimer. Therefore, the remaining reports to be voted in one motion under the consent agenda are items 12A, 13A, 14A, C, D, E, item 16B, 17A, 18C, D, 19B, C, D, E, 20A, and 21A. And Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Councillor Grail or Councillor Hall, can I get you to move this, please?
Sure, I'll move the consent agenda.
So seconded, Mayor Kenneth.
Okay, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in and motion passes 17-0.
Madam Chair, I wasn't able to vote, just Councillor Suzanne. That was a yes, but I did not have the option.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. We'll make sure that's recorded in the minutes. Thank you.
We'll go to item 14, tender awards.
14B, contract T22-110, road crack cleaning and sealing.
Councillor Oche and Councillor Wright, can I get you to move this, please?
I'll move that.
I'll second it.
Okay. All right, Councillor Oche, the floor is yours, and then followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Brendan. Brendan, can you tell me, I believe one year we had some problems with, it may have been the supplier and the contractor, with some of the sealing coming out of the roads that was put in. Has that been rectified?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Yes, I think you're speaking to kind of an isolated incident that happened a few years ago, where there was an issue with the contractor and the material that was placed down, and we did handle that through the contract and made sure that was addressed through the warranty period. Maintenance period, sorry.
That's great. Great. Thanks very much. That's all I had.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Earlier in the day, I talked to Brandon, and he's going to explain my question. It was just that a year ago we sealed some of these roads, and now we're going through and fixing the cracks. So he was going to explain it for the public, because I know I'm going to get asked it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Kenneth. So I think the roads we were servicing to were microsurfacing 2020, and I think the one we talked about was self-mine. So microsurfacing is one of the innovative technologies that we've been trying out in the last few years to try and extend the life cycle of our roads and maintain their quality longer into the life cycle. So it's essentially just a thin layer that's added to the asphalt that kind of restores the surface of the asphalt. It just adds another layer of protection to the road to prevent water from migrating into the asphalt, which then forms cracks. So we found that the microsurfacing application doesn't stick well to the crack sealing compound. So what we're trying to do is microsurface the roads and then come back and crack seal them after. So we kind of have a two-pronged approach where we're sort of sealing the surface of the asphalt and also sealing the cracks, which will then stop the cracks. Reduces the cracks' chance of developing into potholes and causing issues in the future. So kind of like all of our innovative technologies, we're constantly monitoring and evaluating the performances of these technologies just to make sure that they're performing as expected and that they are reducing our future life cycle costs like how they show up to us. So.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. And the next report is 14F, Tender Award T22-113, the supply of materials and services for payment markings.
Councillor Latimer and Councillor Foss, can I get you to move this, please?
Pleased to move it.
I'm pleased to second it.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Mr. Seppi in his report, he said we had a late start last year, and so I wondered, was everything completed, Mark, as planned, or do we have any carryover for this year?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. We did have a late start due to paint shortages, but our contractor came in and completed all our scheduled work or planned work by early August. So we have no carryover work. This year's work will be all new and planned for 2022.
Perfect. Are we working with other municipalities to source a local supply or a local supplier of this waterborne paint, just to ensure future timely supply access?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. To date, we have not worked with other municipalities to do so. One of the reasons is our contract is set up for the supply and application of the paint. So the contractor has historically been responsible for the sourcing of the paint. So we don't actually purchase the paint directly, and so we've never contacted other municipalities to look into creating a common source or like for scale of purchase and that type of thing. So to date we haven't, and the other thing is that generally speaking, the road paint applied in Ontario is sourced by one primary manufacturer. So I'm not aware of any other locally based paint producers that could produce the road paint that we specify.
That's interesting. When I was reading your response to me earlier today, I thought it was interesting that we or no other municipalities have looked at sourcing an alternate supplier for future backup purposes. I think viewing the past 2 years, a supply chain issue and the current worldwide state of unsettled affairs, I think it behooves all of us to brush up our contingency plans and consider all the what-ifs. But that's all I have for today. Thanks very much, Mr. Seppi.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll go to the vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Councillor Sirkachi, were you able to vote this time?
Thank you. I think I was able to. It was spinning again, but I think it went through.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go to item 15, Community Human Services.
15A, Library Board update.
Point of order, Judy, for 14F. I did not see the poll and just haven't noticed that it was closed before I submitted my answer, so I vote yes for the proposal.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you. 15A, Library Board update.
Yes, thank you. Your Worship, Mayor Caniff and members of Council. My name is Robert Clerk, and I have the privilege of being the chair of the Chatham-Kent Public Library Board. On behalf of the board, I thank you for this opportunity to update you about the recent progress and accomplishments of your library. Moreover, we appreciate your recent approval of the 2022 library budget. With 11 branches located in all sectors of the community, CKPL is indeed an essential service. Having about 31,000 cardholders, we directly impact more than 2/3 of the municipality's 43,000 households. A recent study showed that more than half visited at least once a week, and another quarter visited more than once each month. Of these visitors, 97% had strong, favorable opinions of the service they received. This usually clearly shows that our library is one of the most actively used and appreciated municipal services. As councillors, you know that the written or verbal comments you receive help you empathize with your constituents. Let me read a few from the recent study which show how our library is meaningful to our residents. CK Public Library is the most valuable use of tax dollars in the municipality. I use the library on a weekly basis. You have been a lifesaver and stress reliever during the pandemic. It is the most welcoming public space that exists. Having a washroom and a cool or warm space that anyone can use is crucial. As the economic divide continues to grow in CK, the library provides the means for economically challenged children to succeed and for adults to find new work. The library helps people maintain their dignity. Equality of access to print media, programs, and technology for everyone in the community. The libraries help level the playing field for everyone and encourage lifelong learners. When my family fell on hard times, the library was there for us. My children were able to use the computers for homework, and I was able to use the Wi-Fi with my own device. We were able to get movies for entertainment, and the library helped us fill the gap until we could get back on our feet again. Even more, the recent immigration survey showed that our library was the most used and respected of all municipal services. 3/4 of immigrants to Chatham-Kent used the library, and 7/8 of those rated it highly. The residents of Chatham-Kent truly appreciate their library. Current challenges have affected us all in many ways. Like all businesses and municipal departments, our library has had to be nimble and adaptable to continually deal with them. COVID closures required implementing a curbside pickup model. COVID-related staff shortages demanded great flexibility by the management team, senior leaders, and available staff to maintain service. The weekly closures required setting up an emergency service so that patrons continue to receive the books and materials they need to help them through the crisis. Last year, our library partnered with CK Public Health to provide 8 pop-up vaccine clinics in the Blenheim, Bothwell, Merlin, Thamesville, and Wallaceburg branches, bringing the vaccine to almost 1,000 people. Last fall, over 1,500 patrons stayed safe and engaged the community by printing their vaccine passports at the library. Our library is more than just a repository for books. It is a gateway to the digital universe for residents of all ages. Through imaginative children's programs, it inspires a love of learning. Courses and programs instill lifelong learning for all, especially seniors. Services like Ask CKPL and the Community Navigators are incomparable resources. Library branches in 11 communities create essential local social hubs. And through books, DVDs, and other digital service, our patrons find access to a world of entertainment which makes enjoying life that much easier. But that's where we are and what we are doing. You'll likely want to know our vision for the future. One important project now underway is a radio frequency identification system. Through RFID tags inserted in all materials and read by scanners, we'll gain greater control over materials and access to the branches. An important result will see our staff relieved from some of the more routine aspects of library services and better able to use their training and skills to interact more meaningfully with their patrons. This is a multi-year project requiring an investment of about $450,000. But don't worry, I'm not going to ask you for the money tonight. Through the creativity of the library management team, grant funding to offset the cost of both hardware and material was received from the federal government's Community Infrastructure Program, hence fully funded from outside sources. The Library Board, along with the management team, is currently updating our strategic plan. A key objective will be to demonstrate to both you and our patrons the social value our library delivers in return for the investment received. One related mechanism will be accreditation in accordance with the Ontario Public Library Guidelines. Accreditation will demonstrate that our library excels in all respects, from facilities and staffing through to programming and patron service. As well, the management team is continuing to investigate methods of partnering with other municipal services so that collaboratively our residents will receive necessary services at an affordable cost. We know that we provide value for the funding we receive, and we will do our best to demonstrate that to you. Several months ago, you confirmed the vision of the Chatham-Kent Public Library Board to increase the size of the Chatham branch from its current 22,000 square feet to 35,000 square feet in accordance with both Ontario Library Association guidelines and the CKPL Master Plan. The board does realize that there are numerous factors related to this, and along with the library management team, we look forward to exploring this vision with both council and administration. Collectively, we all have the potential to contribute to a modern library that will better serve the residents of Chatham-Kent. As we emerge from the pandemic-related challenges, like all of us, the library is examining the lessons learned to identify ways and means of serving our patrons better. No doubt, the flexibility and differentiated service and thinking required will result in long-term innovations and benefits to all. And as a member of the library board for the past 6 years, I'm continually impressed by the commitment, dedication, and enthusiasm shown by all members of our library team, led by our CEO, Chief Librarian, Connie Sharp. They indeed make Chatham-Kent proud. I would also like to recognize and thank Councillors Autier, Finn, Latimer, and Pinsonneau for their current service on the board and for their very many meaningful contributions. Again, we truly appreciate your support of the Chatham-Kent Public Library. And Tanya and I certainly welcome any questions you might have. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer?
Thank you, through the Mayor. Thank you very much, Robert. I would, first of all, like to extend a sincere appreciation to our whole library team. They continually and overwhelmingly demonstrate dedication, creativity, flexibility, compassion, and passion. While they strive to meet the social and educational needs of our whole community, and this does not go unnoticed. So I remain very proud and honored to be a member of the Chatham-Kent Library Board, and will always work to support our Chatham Public Libraries. I do have a question for one of the members of our team. I wondered if you could comment on how the attendance has been in this post-pandemic, I guess you can't say post-pandemic, but since we've kind of gotten back to semi-normal and opened up at our regular hours. And I also wanted a comment with regard to our electronic materials. At our last meeting, I think there was a comment that our digital catalog had over 1 million hits, and I think that's pretty impressive. So I wondered if somebody could comment on attendance and our electronic material delivery.
Thank you, Councillor Latimer. I think Tanya would be the better person to respond to your questions. Tanya?
So can you mute while I unmute? Otherwise, we're going to go through. There's a mayor to you, Councillor Latimer. So the first. All right, so just to answer your first question, people through the door is on the rise. I think as people realize that we are open and that we're staying open, we're seeing a lot more people come through the door. And then in terms of our electronic resources, you're correct. Usage of our catalog is on the rise. People are very accustomed now to placing holds, requesting their materials, and our electronic resources, as we are as we're open, the electronic usage is declining a little bit, but still holding strong. Overall, our circulation is doing very well.
Thanks very much. Well, you're echoing, but technology is, that's just one of those things. But thanks very much, Tanya. Again, to you and the whole team. Thank you.
Councillor Pincinel, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Clerk. I've sat on the library board for 60 years, and I have to commend our staff throughout this whole pandemic and just the way everybody works together. I think it's a well-oiled machine. It's something I'm proud of. I've always had a good support of the library system. I think it's something that's great for every community that it's in. Question for you though. Now that the pandemic restrictions have been lifted, are all the branches open and running somewhat normal again?
Yes, and thank you again, Councillor Pincinel, for everything you've done for the library, especially in the 6 years that I've been associated with the board. But yes, all branches are open, full hours. The small branches have now resumed their Saturday hours. In-person programming is gearing up and beginning, and the staff are getting ready to provide in-person summer reading club programs and activities. So hopefully, if the pandemic issues stay abated, then the library will be back up running as it wants to do. So yes, thank you.
That's awesome. I know the kids will be happy to see the summer programs back. They've been gone for a couple of years. So anyway, thank you. You're doing a fine job.
Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Worship. I have to echo the other two councillors. A very well presented report, and it's been an honor to work on the library board. They do a wonderful job over there, especially during the pandemic. Just a question though. If someone is interested in getting involved in joining the library board, is there a process that someone could advise of? I know they can't for this year, but it will be coming up in the future.
Well, yes, thank you, Councillor Finn, and again, thank you for your support. The terms are for 4 years, and thus the terms of all members will be expiring at the end of this municipal council term. We know that at least 3 positions will become open. There may likely be more because 2 terms, full terms, is the maximum any one person can serve, so 3 will expire. What we are currently doing is developing a brochure which outlines the duties and responsibilities of library board members, which we will be distributing in branches, and we will also be placing announcements in the branches over the next few months. The other thing we're doing is I will be encouraging all the board members to use their contacts to look for and find people who may be interested. And of course, announcements are placed in the local media by the municipality closer to instructions must be made to the city clerk and administration. So we are looking forward to continuing. We have 7 public representatives and 4 municipal councillors on the 11-person board. So we will be hoping that our new term, which starts next year, will be successful and active, and we look forward to working with you and the municipality. So yes, thank you.
Councillor O'Shea, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, I'd just like to thank the board and Tanya, obviously, as the head of the board. Thank you for everything you've done. I'm in my last few months of being on the board, as I will not be rerunning. But you've kept people quite interested in the board, with it being, even though we were shut down for a while, but with your Friday puzzles and your Wednesday trivia night, I know I get a ton of people thanking me, and all I do is share it, but thank you for putting that out. I know during some hard times, it's always good to take your mind off and do some puzzles and some trivia, and after I'm gone, I wish you all the best as well. And Robert, your presentation tonight was great, so thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea, and again, I appreciate over the past 6 years that I've known you, your contributions to the board.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Mr. Clerk, nice to see you again. It's been a while.
And you, Councillor, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I hope you found a nice dry cleaner, which I'm sure you have. Just quickly, a comment and a quick question. The comment is, I have for years and years have always appreciated the services provided by the Chatham Library, so Chatham, and my children, which have grown up in the library, and I still have a rather young child, not terribly young, but 11. I was very excited to get back. The programming is really fantastic for children. It's been great over all of my kids' years. My oldest is 22, and so we've been at this for quite some time. Next comment would be, I'm very appreciative of the library's handling of the pandemic. My mom's a senior. She's a very avid reader, and she's one of your waitlist people, or hold people, I guess you call it. I'm not waitlist, but she's always excited to get the email or text or call or whatever it is to tell her that the new book has arrived. And it's almost that she's more excited to get the book through the library than to buy it, which I'm sure she could probably manage to do, because it's that anticipation of the book coming from the library, knowing that she's sharing the book with others. She's an active member of a very active book club, and I think, and I won't speak for them, but I think a lot of them do get their books from the library because it's a service. It's there. They appreciate it. It's efficient. And I think there's something about, I'm not an avid reader, but there's, sometimes, but there's something about sharing a book that just makes it, seems to be a little more satisfying to people that, that book will go to somebody else rather than buying it, putting it on the shelf. So it's been a great advantage to people over the pandemic. And so I thank you and the board for that. Now, my only quick question is, as the public's been told this evening that you guys are pretty much back to normal, regular working hours, what about masks, vaccine passports? Where is the library on that? Because that is a concern to some.
I was just discussing before the presentation that very thing with Tanya, Councillor, so I think I'll let her respond to you on that.
Thank you.
Through the mayor to you, Councillor Bondi. So masks are not
mandatory in the library. They're strongly encouraged. Our staff are still wearing masks as municipal employees. You've never had to show a vaccine passport or proof of vaccination to enter the library, and you still don't have to. So, short answer, no mask required, but we are strongly urging people to do so.
Thank you through you, Mayor Camp. Thank you very much, Tanya and Bob. Just a question, because it is a municipal, operation. It's nice for people just to have clarity on that. So thank you very much, and thank you for all your dedicated work. I really appreciate it. Thanks again.
We'll move on to item 15B.
15B, motion of Councillor Carmen McGregor regarding senior centers COVID recovery.
Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you. And tonight I would move that whereas Council's priorities and strategic direction for this term includes economic prosperity, a healthy and safe community, people and culture, and environmental sustainability, and whereas COVID-19 has impacted many organizations, businesses, and communities throughout Chatham-Kent, and the senior centers are no exception, I therefore am requesting administration to prepare a report for Council that provides information on how the centers are doing, how they are planning for recovery, and what, if any, support is required from the community and the municipality.
Councillor Lenoir, can I get you to second that, please?
Please to second that.
Okay, Councillor McGregor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor Caniff. And the reason that I'm asking for this, a number of councillors have participated in different meetings with their senior centers or adult activity centers, how some of them are called throughout Chatham-Kent. And we have, through meetings, learned of some of the different challenges that each of them have experienced. Some have been blessed and maybe not experienced, but others have. And so there might be little ways that we as a municipality could help, whether it be advertising or education provided out there. And through conversations with April Reid, I'm asking that a report come back to Council to see and understand what is happening within our adult activity centers or senior centers, and is there anything that maybe we could do as a council to help them get on their feet and get moving past COVID. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, I'm going to put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0.
Item 16, Community Development.
16A, Chatham-Kent Community Improvement Plan Property Tax Increment Equivalent Grant Program.
Councillor White and Councillor Sakachi, will you move this, please?
Yes, I'll be happy to move it, and I have a question for Ryan. Thank you.
We'll second that, and I also additionally have a question as well.
All right, Councillor White and Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ryan Jocks. The report, Ryan, references the fact that further analysis is required before considering changes to the commercial development incentive. And just like to know why the proposed delay on the incentives for commercial and what criteria might be being considered.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Bruce McAllister, General Manager of Community Development, was prepared to answer this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Bruce McAllister here. So maybe just so it's clear for everyone here in terms of what the recommendation is here tonight. So it was approximately 2 years ago today we adopted the new CIP, which was designed essentially to implement our new growth strategy at the same time, which was adopted by Council as well. So the primary goal of that growth strategy was to increase population, employment, and assessment. So this new CIP brought forward enhancements to the real impactful popular programs from our former CIPs, like our downtown CIP, our commercial CIP, and our employment CIP at the time. But it also introduced new incentives that truly focused on encouraging much needed rental housing for apartments greater than 50 units and affordable housing in the municipality as well. So affordable housing was any potential new builds with 5 units or more where 25% provided affordable housing units in them. So that was the real thrust of the CIP. Now there's a number of programs in there. The one we're specifically talking about tonight is what we refer to as the property tax increment grant, which offers essentially a grant rebate back on the increased value of any development by a defined class. So for certain developments, rental housing greater than 15, any affordable housing, and any what we call major employment uses, so anything with a $5 million investment or more industrial uses, would be eligible for 10 years up to 100%. And for commercial, the recommendation at the time of administration was for 1 year at 100%. Council at the time decided to extend that to 5 years at 100%. And for all of those, there was a clause in the CIP that said after March 31st of 2022, i.e. next week, that grant would default from 100 to 60% per year unless extended by council. So what we're recommending tonight is that, based on the reasons explained in the report, primarily there's a number of proposals we know that are still out there that have maybe had some delays with regard to COVID, especially in terms of getting their designs in place, supply issues, etc. But we feel that it's warranted to extend it into the next term of council as well. But what we are suggesting there, based on member original recommendation, is that for commercial developments, that it does default to the 60, but still for 5 years, which is still a pretty good tax incentive grant. Generally speaking, major residential and industrial employment uses are the real drugs for achieving these goals, which need to be incentivized for reciprocated and compete for these types of investments. Generally speaking, commercial development is, locally is in response to those market opportunities, based on the growing population and income. So that is what is in front of council tonight. We do feel we've recommended extending it into September next year. We would take a more wholesome look at the programs in the CIP again and report back. And at that time, we'll actually have some assessment data on new builds as well to report back to council and the impact of the program as well. So I hope that answers your question, Council.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. I appreciate your response. It does answer some of my questions. So I guess my first question would be if for instance, if I were to try to move an amendment to this current recommendation, it wouldn't be beneficial at this stage because of the fact that it has to go through more consultation. Is that kind of how I read the report?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So there's 5 programs in the CIP. Council can choose whether or not they want to offer those programs at any point in time. But when you start changing or adding new elements into the programs, that does require an amendment, just like a planning process. So that's the role for public consultation and consideration. So hopefully that answers your question. So any fundamental change to a program does require a formal amendment to the CIP.
Sure. So I guess this would just be at this point will be just kind of a wish of kind of what I would like to see, and if I can work with you to move something forward once a consultation transpires, it would be beneficial. But one thing I think that we're lacking, obviously we've seen the
great results of this program. We've seen lots of bills popping up all over the community. We know of ones that are coming even in South Kent. We're working at the benefits, so to speak. But in reading a lot of other municipalities, when they're talking especially about these large-scale apartment buildings, like 50 or more, the developers are often responsible for identifying at least 10% of the units as affordable housing. And it doesn't have to be 10% of the units on site, but for 10% units in the municipality for affordable housing. And I really think that the opportunities developers have are substantial, but I think that there would be benefits to the community as well, is if we're offering some of these additional recommendations to follow with some affordable housing. Can you speak on that? Do you think that would be a good idea? We kind of follow in the steps of some of the other municipalities. We've seen about, if I had to guess, about 6 large bills coming in regards to apartment buildings.
Yes, and we with somewhere in that neighborhood, that's about right. There's 6 currently under construction, but I think we know there's others in the planning process. So certainly, fair point is something we thought about, and it is what we're suggesting. We want to take time to kind of review that for next year to see if that makes sense, and obviously talk to the development community and see if that's something we would want to modify kind of in the next year is part of the program requirements. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. That would require formal consultation and review as an amendment to the CIP. So there are, and maybe just to clarify on that kind of requirement. So in Ontario currently, there's a provision under the Planning Act called inclusionary zoning, which does require that municipalities can require that, but it only applies in certain defined areas, predominantly in our larger urban centers, obviously GTA and I believe Ottawa, that municipalities can require developers to provide a certain amount of affordable housing units. That's not under a CIP program. That's another tool under the Planning Act that hasn't been applied broadly to all of Ontario. It's really focused on major urban transit nodes, as they call it, under the Planning Act. But it's something I think that can be considered in CIP.
Yeah, because we all know that the affordable housing challenges is starting to bleed into smaller communities as the work from home is starting to be a little bit more something that's more active. But I really think as a whole that we need to look at ways that we can still incentivize growth with addressing other current challenges as well, right? So we have an 80-bed facility going up, or 80-bed unit. I don't think it would be too far off to offer like an 8-bed or an 8 apartment unit somewhere else, and obtainable rent or affordable housing to try and offset some of the challenges in our community. And one little thing that you mentioned that I just wanted to add to Bruce as well is I think it's important for us as council and council moving forward. You mentioned something about the recommendations that came to council that was kind of altered, maybe I guess I would say on the fly, in regards to changing the plan. I do think that some commercial entities giving the CIP for 100% for 5 years, I think it was extremely extensive, and it was probably something that might not have been beneficial at the time, because we want to incentivize, but we also want to ensure that it's the types of buildings that either promote living space or jobs, things like that. But under the current how it was proposed, office buildings, for instance, that and if they're vacant or lack of use, they're still really going to apply to this for 5 years, right? So I think it's important when we're making those decisions kind of based on a meeting or looking just at one report. I think it's important that we kind of step back, reconnect, and ensure that we're making good, prudent decisions that will be beneficial to the community long term. Because with increased traffic in these areas, also cause increased wear and tear and increased road conditions. So it's great to bring the big buildings in, but I think that, this is a little bit more feasible from the 60% to from 100%. So I just kind of wanted to make that comment.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I hope my internet is up to this. I'll try and keep my questions brief. Bruce, what is an employment development?
Thank you, Your Worship. Give me 1 second and I'll read the definition verbatim because it's not long, so we understand. So you understand what we define as employment versus commercial.
That's what I was curious about.
Yeah. So employment uses generally mean the use of any land, buildings, or structures for the purposes of industrial uses, offices, business support services, call centers, laboratories and scientific research facilities, warehousing, transport terminals, construction, and other similar uses. And those are broken out into what we call minor and major. I mentioned that. So if it's under $5 million of an investment, it's minor and only eligible for 5 years into the tax. If it's major, over $5 million major investment, it would be eligible for the 10 years. Now on the commercial side, I think it's any use of land for the buying and selling of commodities or supplying of services as distinguished from those employment uses that I just defined.
Okay, thank you. A couple of follow-up questions. More to the broader community improvement plan. Does the improvement plan extend to the rural areas?
The improvement plan essentially applies to all of CK, but predominantly to to urban areas as defined in our official plan. It doesn't apply to rural commercial uses in outside of our growth areas.
So why is that?
Well, we are trying to focus growth in areas where we have the infrastructure. That was the nature of it, and it wasn't incenting, I guess, upon agriculture-related commercial uses, the greenhouses, or any of those types of developments. That was not the intent.
So is there any similar programs we do offer in rural areas then?
Not under community improvement, no. There's nothing that this municipality offers.
Okay, so I don't want to belabor the point, but just one follow-up question. Instead of an on-farm or boat sales or brewery in a rural area, I would be unable to access this program.
That's correct. It's defined in the specific areas in the CLP.
Okay, but if I had those same things in a hamlet or a small community, I could access them.
Yes, if it's in the areas within the urban areas. It depends on the nature of the use too.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a couple things. One, Councillor Scotchy hit the nail on the head, so I won't bother with that. The second one is to Bruce or to Ryan. This says 100% of new municipal property tax, but the property is still being taxed for what it was being taxed when it was vacant. Is that not correct?
Thank you, Worship. So you're not exempt from, let's say, it's only the taxes that you realize after the development and redevelopment. So whatever taxes you're paying today, you're still paying those taxes after the redevelopment. It's only on the increase in taxes. That's what's called the tax increment grant. So it's the incremental increase after years reassessed after the development. So you still pay your taxes, and the municipality will rebate back that increase in tax.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that people watching this aren't thinking we're giving starting to lose money because now we're not taxing the property. We're still taxing actual land at what it was taxed at before these people built anything on it.
Yeah, that's correct. I think it's also important to understand that depending on the nature of the development, it may not actually change that assessed value much, right? If you're, if you're changing a commercial use to another commercial use and the building or improvements are changing much, you're probably not going to be eligible for any CIP.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
We're waiting for two more counselors. One more counselor now, please. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 16 to 1.
Madam Chair, likely myself again, I wasn't able to. I tried, but I wasn't able to vote. So.
Okay, and how would you like to vote?
I'm a yes, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you.
Madam Clerk, sorry.
Okay, moving on to the next item, 16C, motion of Councillor Oche regarding planning fee exemption for donation of land to the Merlin Cemetery.
Councillor Oche, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, I don't know, do I need to read this up?
You probably should, Councillor Oche, for the viewers that are watching.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. So, that Chatham-Kent exempt Maurice, from paying the municipal fee for the planning application for this land donation to the Merlin Cemetery, and that $4,287 be transferred from the strategic reserve to the planning services budget for application fee. Now,
I'll get a seconder, and then I'll go back to you. Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I have a question.
Okay, so Councillor Oche, back to you.
Okay, so just so people know, it's the portion of property is approximately either 75 by 90 or 100 by 90, depending on exactly what they mean. This is obviously the cemetery doesn't have the money. This is just to make it a little larger as it's running out of space. So it's not for profit cemetery. It's just the only cemetery that we have right in Merlin that definitely needs a little bit more room. So I'm hoping that everyone will agree with this. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor Reid.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you, this is an assumption on my part that Mr. Gerapic will be experiencing a very modest reduction in his property taxes, given the size of the piece that he's donating. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is Ryan Jocks, Director of Planning Services. I think that's a fair assumption, Councillor. MPAC will reassess properties and give them values, and this severance, if it goes through, could trigger a reassessment, and MPAC would likely take into consideration slightly different acreage at this particular farm.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Pinson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I have a problem with this because back at budget time, Greenwood Cemetery had applied for help at their cemetery, and we put it through council that we were going to help the private cemeteries. I have nothing against Merlin Cemetery. That's where my in-laws are in, and it's just the fact that Greenwood Cemetery, which my parents are in, was asked for help, and we turned them down. So it's just, we didn't set an example then. I don't think we should now. Thank you.
Councillor Pinson, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, along the same lines there, we were told at the time it's precedent setting, that there should be no municipal funds going to private cemeteries. It's just, I don't know, are we going to favor one over another? In my opinion, we should have given some grant money to Greenwood, but I'm not going to support this either. Just, if it's good for one, it's good for the other. Thank you.
Councillor Lenoir, followed by Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you to the mayor. I actually thought of this myself too, with regard to the president. Maybe somebody can, or Colin is on to comment on that. But I wonder if this particular cemetery, am I to assume that it's going to become part of Chatham-Kent cemeteries because they're wanting to hand it over? That we in the end would end up paying the $4,287 anyway, because they wanted to give us that land. I'm wondering if somebody, maybe Colin could, if he's here, Mr. Mardling from Cemeteries and Parks, if you could comment.
Councillor Latimer, I don't believe he's present on the call, but I believe Don has his hand up.
Perfect.
Thank you. Through the chair, so this is a situation where there's not a plan to bring the Merlin Cemetery into the municipal fold. This was a neighboring property owner who would like to donate property to the cemetery. And what he's trying to do is to be able to make the donation to a private not-for-profit cemetery without costing him a whole bunch of money. So what we're really doing in this case is just trying to waive a fee. The difference between this and the situation with the Greenwood Cemetery that our two of these councillors spoke to is they were seeking additional years of sustaining grants to support their operations. This is not in any way, shape, or form a sustaining grant. It's a one-time only, just to allow the person to donate property. In fact, he originally thought the Merlin Cemetery was part of the municipality's operations, and he was trying to donate it to us. And when we explained to him that it was a privately operated cemetery, he was still interested in making donations. He just doesn't want to be, paying over $10,000 for transfer costs and other types of expenses in an effort to try to make a donation. That's the difference between the two.
Has someone spoken to the board at the Merlin Cemetery, or they can't afford to pay that cost?
I have not spoken to the board, and we have talked only to the donor. We have confirmed that they are interested in receiving the additional property. It will extend the amount of capacity that they can receive people for internments, but we have not asked them. So I think he was just trying to do this as a goodwill gesture to say, I don't need the land, it's adjacent to the cemetery, can I do this? But I don't think he's prepared to pay an excessive amount of money in order to make a donation. He's trying to donate to a not-for-profit organization.
Sure. Councillor Ache, did you, if I could, ask Councillor Ache to comment? Mark, did you talk with the Merlin Cemetery Board at all? Would they be able to pick up that $4,287 since they're receiving the land?
I have not talked to them. Actually, I've just talked to Mars, the flag, and as has Ryan. I'm not positive Ryan has spoken to the cemetery board either. I know they're not obviously into the money, but I'm not positive on their exact financial standing.
Councillor Scott, followed by Councillor Bondy.
Thank you, Mayor Kane. Mr. Jacques, just out of curiosity, it's a little bit easier to make the decision. We have like a report in front of us, but because it's a motion, there's a couple of questions that I have that Mr. Shropshire actually just helped me on knowing this elements of the cemetery. I guess my question is more related to the allocation of the costs. So are those costs actual costs that it's going to cost the municipality to facilitate this transaction in regards to like provincial, applications in that, or is this just how much of that money is maybe related to like staffing time and our fees, or is that just what we're going to actually pay in municipal funds?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. To facilitate this land transaction, let's just say it was going through privately. The owner of the lands, who's named in this motion, would be required to submit two different applications to the municipality under the Planning Act. One would be a severance application, and this application is required to convey part of a property to another owner. The second application is a zoning bylaw amendment application. So as a result of the proposed severance, the municipality's policies would require that the lands being severed be rezoned from agriculture to institutional. These are the appropriate zoning for the two land uses that are beside each other currently. The fee, $4,287, is the fee for that particular combination of two applications, severance and zoning bylaw amendment. And that fee is set out in the annual fees bylaw. And that's the reason why ultimately this is a council decision to waive the fee, because the fees are regulated through that bylaw. With respect to the planning services budget, the Planning Service Division operates at partial cost recovery, and this is a historical approach that Chatham-Kent has employed. So those fees are set based on previous analysis of fees appropriate for these applications, but as well reflect the revenue targets that are embedded within the Planning Services budget. So the Planning Services budget is partially funded through application fees and partially funded through property taxes.
So I appreciate that. So I guess just my follow-up question is that, so realistically, this is the amount that it would cost Maurice to transfer the land over, but that's not the actual cost that's going to be associated with the municipality if they were to facilitate this transaction. Am I understanding that correctly?
Maybe it wasn't clear in my answer. So this fee would be the only municipal revenue that would otherwise be received for this land transaction to occur.
Correct. I guess I understand that, but it's not going to cost the municipality $4,287, essentially. It's not going to be something that we have to actually, it says, basically land donation for the strategic reserve. So is it because we have to account for that money, or is it because we're relating to staff time? If I'm not asking the question properly, I apologize, but I know that what it would cost somebody compared to, what it would cost a municipality, because certain things the municipality can do, incorporated. So I guess maybe I'm answering, sort of asking the question wrong. You kind of get where I'm coming from here?
I do. Thank you for the clarification. So the expenses are borne by the existing planning services space budget for wages and incidentals such as postage. These fees are representative of the expected revenue that the municipality would otherwise gain to offset, those base budget items. So the transfer from the reserve is more based on the business principle that there is an expectation that the planning services budget receives revenue, so this would compensate for what otherwise would be foregone revenue to our budget line.
It's more of an accounting adjustment that it's one portion of the municipality sending it to the other portion of the municipality, and there's really no cost associated with a loss of revenue, because there's a loss of revenue, but it's not like we're actually losing those funds. And I just have one quick follow-up question to Mr. Quinton, because I know Gore always basically tells council how he sees it, regardless if there might be some opposition. So, Mr. Quinton, I know that there was, in regards to Councillor Pinson and Councillor Wright's statements, I know that was precedent setting in regards to further down the road. Do you feel yourself, since this really is only a paper transaction with the municipality, that there's any challenges that you forecasted seeing? Since it's not going to really cost us $4,200.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's only precedent setting for future donations from landowners adjacent to cemeteries. Cemeteries, of course, eventually run out of space. Often they're faced with acquiring the property at a cost from the neighbors and paying for these fees. As the Planning Act requires changes to be made. So, I don't believe this has come up in the last Chatham-Kent before, that we have a person wanting to donate their land. They're just looking to have the fees consolidated through Chatham-Kent. So it is much different than an annual operating agreement for the cemetery that Greenfield Cemetery was asking for. Ultimately, it comes to a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. And prior to even just my conversations with you, Mr. Jacques, I was planning on not supporting this, but understanding the process that this is going to essentially be a paper transaction with the municipality that will benefit the long-term longevity of the cemetery. I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Bondi, Bruce, did you have a comment to add to that?
Thank you, Worship. Maybe just add to maybe a little clarity. So I think the other piece of that is administration or planning services in particular doesn't have the authority just to waive a planning application fee without direction from council to do so. So that's the other reason, for the motion itself. So, and maybe it's, I'd suggest, that at the end of the day, the municipality is not receiving $4,200 from the fee, whether it's funded through the strategic reserve or council simply directs it not be funded. The planning doesn't charge a fee. So the reason for the recommendation is that at least it is an economic exercise to the planning's budget is full, based on the decision to waive an application fee. It would just be like waiving any other fee. Okay, Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Kev. Just very quickly, maybe the question goes to Mr. Marlene or maybe to Ryan. I'm not sure. Can you explain the difference between municipal cemetery and privately? I don't know if they're privately owned. I guess that's part of the question. Does the municipality cut the grass? Do we take care of any other? Well, there's probably not a whole lot of construction. There's probably some water lines and stuff. But I'm not really clear on the difference. You drive through the municipality, you see a lot of these smaller cemeteries, and I just assume they're all kind of run by the same umbrella organization. Clearly, that's not the case. I did kind of know that, but what effectively is the difference? And in that difference, where does that take the municipality as far as things like, do they pay taxes? Whoever they are, I guess, are they boards that run these small cemeteries? Or are they voluntary groups? Is there any municipal money sent to them? Just that kind of general clarification as to the difference between one versus the other, and how many municipality-owned cemeteries are there versus, and again, I haven't traveled every small road in the municipality. Are there like a lot of these out there? So if that's a lot of questions, but a simple clarification would be great. Thank you, Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor Kev. Since I think I was the last speaker, I'll jump in. So cemetery operations, I believe your question would be best answered through our Parks and Open Spaces or our Infrastructure and Engineering Services area, as that's the area that oversees municipally owned cemeteries. I can't speak from a base of knowledge on private cemeteries and how they operate and the various ownership structures. However, I can comment that there are far more privately owned cemeteries in Chatham-Kent than there are municipally run cemeteries, and this is based on my involvement over the years with the Chatham-Kent Heritage Committee. Typically, the privately owned cemeteries are historical family plots or community plots that are at many places around the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Cairns. This is Christina here, Director of Engineering. I have Colin Markling on the call now, too, as well. He can help provide some clarity with regards to municipally owned and privately owned cemeteries.
Thank you, Mayor Cairns. The municipality of Chatham-Kent
operates approximately 65 cemetery sites throughout Chatham-Kent. The municipal sites are defined as sites that are registered to the municipality, typically that we would own the land, and additionally the Bereavement Authority of Ontario has assigned the operating license to the municipality. There's probably at least another 65 or so cemeteries throughout Chatham-Kent that are not operated by the municipality. These are operated by either private church groups, boards, volunteers, or community groups. They look after their own fundraising. We do not provide any subsidies or funds to operate those sites. We only fund the sites that are registered to ourselves. We do not cut grass. We only cut grass at sites that are operated by us and provide burial activities as required. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more understanding about the difference between a municipal cemetery and a private cemetery. We do from time to time, as you saw earlier on the agenda, have cemeteries that become abandoned, and then that becomes a site that would eventually be added by the Bereavement Authority to our responsibility. But for the sites that are not registered to us, they're entirely independent, both financially and operationally from us.
That's great. Thank you very much for you, Mayor Cannon. Thank you. That does clarify. Thank you.
Councilor Grail.
Thank you, Mayor Cannon. I believe my question is for Ryan. Ryan, what happens with nonprofits such as Ducks Unlimited? I think just a little while back, Councilor Kirk of White and myself did a Zoom, and a local individual donated marsh. So in that particular scenario, did that individual have to pay these fees? Were they waived, or how would that have been handled?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Councilor McGrail, yes, I do recall that land transaction from a private property owner in the community of Dover to Ducks Unlimited. There were application fees associated with that, specifically for a severance, and those fees were borne by the property owner. They were not waived.
So he paid those fees.
That's right.
Okay. And that's the usual status quo. We've never waived fees like this before, that you know?
Not from my recollection over the past several years. I don't recall a fee waiver for planning.
Okay. And then I guess I have one suggestion is, could we waive the fee instead of transferring the fee from the strategic reserves?
Thank you. Yeah, so this motion, in this scenario or the scenario you proposed, I think the effect is that the private landowner in either case would not be responsible to pay that fee. And essentially it's unrealized revenue for the municipality, and it's either not going into the planning budget or not. I would have no preference other than I think it's appropriate in an accounting exercise to have those funds transferred over.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 10-8. 16D, Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole recommendations for public consultation for woodlot preservation options.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kenneth. I do have a motion that I'd like to put on the floor, and I believe Judy has the motion. I've sent it to her. So I would move that, number one, administration be directed to continue with the process defined within the terms of reference of the Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole by canceling the RFP process. 2, public consultation on woodlot preservation options outlined in the March 21st, 2022 report to the Natural Heritage Committee of the Whole be undertaken to support the committee in its deliberations, including A, the Woodlot Preservation options be posted for a public comment period of 30 days at www.letstalkchatham-kent.ca. B, the April 11th, 2022 Natural Heritage Committee of the whole meeting be a public meeting for the purpose of receiving deputations from the public on the Woodlot Preservation options. C, Section 3.10G, Electronic Meetings of Bylaw 113-2020, a bylaw to amend Procedure Bylaw 109-2018 to extend electronic participation in council meetings, be suspended for the April 11th, 2022 Natural Heritage Committee of the whole meeting, and that the meeting shall permit public deputations by way of electronic submission received in advance of the meeting and include direct public participation, meaning the clerk shall verbally read out the written deputation at the beginning of the meeting, or members of the public shall present their deputation at the meeting if present. And D, the public submissions received through the 30-day public comment period and deputations received at the April 11th, 2022 Natural Heritage Committee of the whole meeting be compiled in a report for the Natural Heritage Committee of the whole meeting of May 16th, 2022 with recommendations for a new draft Woodlot Preservation Framework. Mayor Kenneth, if I can get a seconder, I have a few opening comments.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor.
Happy to second it.
Okay, back to Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kenneth. First of all, I'd like to thank each and every person in the community for submitting a deputation tonight and taking part in the civic and democratic process this evening. Something that we've seen as a council throughout this entire process, which is coming up on a year and has resulted in an unprecedented amount of feedback from the community. Second, I'd like to explain my motion a bit further. The first part, number one, is giving clear direction to administration that we will not go out to tender to hire a third-party consultant to complete our work. The second part, number 2A through D, is the exact same recommendations that were brought to our Natural Heritage Committee of the whole meeting on Monday, March 21st, last Monday. I feel strongly that this is the direction that our council needs to provide. It's the direction that our council needs to provide our staff, and it's the path that we need to take to complete this phase of our work on the issue of private woodlot preservation in our community. Next, I'll go through a couple points explaining why we should take this path as opposed to the recommendation that's in the report this evening. Issuing an RFP to hire a consultant at this point is redundant, and frankly, seeking a third-party mediator to take over is a message from this council to the community that we're choosing to remain indifferent. We're not willing to make a tough decision, and that we're choosing not to fulfill our responsibility to the public. This will push the issue to the next term of council. In terms of the format for the upcoming April 11th committee meeting, remaining in the electronic realm is the most prudent and responsible and cautious way forward at this point, with still some ongoing uncertainty stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic. The fact that we've been able to continue conducting our council business in the virtual world, continue to elicit feedback from the community, gather an array of views and opinions, and the fact that staff is still working on ensuring that our back to in-person meetings is done safely for all, we need to remain patient and continue making progress on this topic as we have for the past year. So, Mayor Kenneth, those are my comments for right now. I would appreciate the opportunity to make some final comments after my colleagues have made their comments and asked their questions. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, did you have any comments as seconder?
Not at this point. I'm happy to allow others to go and might have some comments once I hear some discussion.
Okay. Councillor Lenoir, followed by Councillor McGrail.
First of all, just a point of order. We've already voted on this, so do we not have to bring it back to 2/3 agreement to go forward and reconsider?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion with regards to the RFP was made in committee. We are now in council, and so according to the procedural bylaw, the motions of the committee are subject to approval at the council meeting. So, for lack of a better word, council trumps committee, and so it can be made this way. The motion that was made at committee was to bring forward to the next council meeting. So that's where we are today. So whichever motion's put on the floor, council's able to vote on without a reconsideration.
Interesting. So all we did last meeting was moot. I think what I'm going to have to do is respectfully disagree with Councillor Hall. The reason I brought that motion forward at committee level was that the majority of my constituents and my landowners here in Ward 2, who are the majority of them are woodlot owners, they really do feel that we've had enough deputations and broadcasting of opposing views. And there's no need to rehash data. We all have the information. But I was hopeful, and they're hopeful, that with facilitation, it will result in constructive conversation versus the additional broadcasting of opposing views and data. I've been concerned with the planning strategy from the get-go, as I don't feel that constructive conversation was ever endeavored beyond the initial survey roundtable exercise. Constructive conversation leads to conscious listening, which supports understanding between opposing forces and it actually enables collaborative effort towards what I feel the majority of our stakeholders' goal is to protect the woodlots that we have. That's a mutual goal. And the goal of developing a made-in-CK forest preservation framework. And I am equally as passionate about that, with all due respect to Councillor Hall.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Cannon. I'm reading this, and for the first time is right now, so I'm trying to digest this. I would have liked to have seen this a little earlier, but I guess we're seeing it now. Just by the statement D is the need for a third party, because at this point, we've had recommendations in all fronts, but there's definitely not something that's been set in stone to work off of and move forward. Being, doing status quo, educating more, or a bylaw. And I feel D, with recommendations for a new draft woodlot preservation framework, is putting forward that we're actually going to do something, and but what is that? And we don't know, and I understand that. But we haven't had full discussions, complete discussion. So that in itself worries me that we don't have those. We gotta be neutral right now until we see things, and there is such opposing sides to this that we have to be very careful and do our due diligence and work this process. And if it takes time, and we've done this before, we need to take the time, and that's what I have. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Pincinel.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. A question that I have is actually directed to, I believe, Bruce. And Bruce, sorry, I didn't give you notice on this, but I'm wondering if you could give an indication on how much Chatham-Kent staff time has been spent on the Natural Heritage Committee as a whole, really just in kind of a ballpark understanding.
Yes. Certainly, as I guess Councillor Hall noted, we've, staff have been involved in this, coming up on a year now. It was in April the motion was introduced. So, to put a number on it, I'd have to get back to council just to give it some thought, but certainly there's not a lot of work enough to put in by, team, but also other administrations and municipality that contributed to put along the way as well. And it's been pretty, it's been steady since last April at various, almost monthly we've had reports, whether it was initially to council and then to the committee since September, I guess it was now.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to call that out in terms of where we are with the committee. I had made some comment towards this when we were discussing this in the Natural Heritage Committee as a whole, but I recognize that those comments and the decision that we made there was kind of late into the evening, and I think we've all learned that our best conversations and decisions aren't always happening late at night. So I do want to share that, Bruce, I appreciate all the work that your team's done, and I feel like when I ask for information, that information is given back to me at the next Natural Heritage Committee. I think that's generally been my experience. And I do appreciate that at the very beginning of that committee, we did as a council commit to a process, a kind of step-by-step, here's what we will do. We knew before the survey went out that was going to happen. We knew we would be learning and understanding different options and how it is that we could navigate it. I believe what Clerk referred to as a decision tree for ourselves as council. And I think that these recommendations do put forward the next natural steps that we had reviewed at the Natural Heritage Committee, and then also that the public has reviewed. And then I think about a lot of those deputations that we heard tonight that really did suggest to council that now is the time for us to continue down this process. And the engagement that takes place with stakeholders is ongoing engagement. So there were surveys, there were people's opinions about surveys and follow-up to the surveys, there's direct engagement. Further to this, there's been certainly a lot of direct conversations that all of us as councillors have with constituents. And, we do represent our own wards, but certainly we often have to come together as a council to make choices and decisions. And I think that, the local governance process is there to facilitate that. So I would like to see us continue to go forward. I don't believe that these recommendations are anything new to council in terms of what the committee as a whole was expecting. This was presented to us at that committee meeting, and so I think we need to give this a chance before we look at spending more money on contractors. Certainly in a time when we have our own staff, we want to avoid that, and this just lets the process play out. So I'm rambling a little bit, but I do think that Bruce's team has done a great job over the last 12 months in facilitating these conversations, and I think that before we go forward with any RFP processes, we should press pause on that and let this process play out, given it's about 6 weeks that we'd be waiting. And I think if on May 16th we are still unhappy with the information that we have and the decisions that we're making, then we can have other conversations about what's next. But I do think we should give this a fair shot. Thank you.
Councillor Pincinel, followed by Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Wesley. Yeah, I too would have liked to have seen us sooner, getting it dropped in our lap. In my opinion, we do need that third-party facilitator, and we do need to send out an RFP to find one. The public consultation needs to continue. COVID has really restricted proper public consultation. Honestly, you have people sitting behind a computer that are from all over Canada, not just Chatham-Kent, and that truly does skew the numbers. I believe in-person meetings are far better, as what this is recommending. We need to get this right this time, and I believe by pushing it through right now, you're not serving justice to all the parties involved. I ask that council vote this one down and go with the original recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor McGregor, followed by Councillor Houchin.
Thank you, and through the Mayor. And I know there was, I've heard comments twice now about wishing people had saw this. I find this as pretty much what we discussed at great lengths
A few little tweaks there, but pretty much what we discussed at great lengths in the committee of the whole last week. And though it was brought forward here to forward the decisions, I don't see that these recommendations coming forward tonight are much different. I do feel we've put almost a year into this, and with a great amount of consultation from our staff and assistance from our staff, and with lots and ample opportunity for delegations. We heard them tonight. We've heard them on other nights, and there is another meeting set up for further delegations. I think you can analyze and can analyze and can analyze. I think we're always going to have certain councillors that are for things and councillors that are against it. But I think it's, this is our job to help do this and help bring this to term. This is what we decided to do when we set the committee of the whole. So I really think that we should move forward with this. My biggest fear is as we move off in this other direction, that by the time we get a facilitator in place, it's going to be too close to the election, and then there'll be councillors that want to push it off, or somebody will defer it to the next council, and which I don't think is very fair. We've had lots of opportunity to educate ourselves, to educate the public, to hear from the public, and to work with the public. And I think that we should, personally, I think we should move forward. And as I do feel that this is our term's responsibility to bring this to one end. It has been going on for years and years, as we heard, and this is not the first go round on this. So I do feel that as difficult as it is for us, that it's time for us to move forward and to follow through with our process with our administration staff that have been assisting us along the way, and again offering up more opportunity for consultation through the 30-day period and the opportunity for delegations in April. So I will be supporting these motions, and I hope that others will and see it as our responsibility to move forward and come to a final decision one way or another for our communities, for our woodlot owners, our farmers, and our community as a whole. Thank you.
Councillor O'J, followed by Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, I'd like to apologize for not being able to make it to the committee of the whole last Monday. So, but I have a very hard time telling farmers what to do with their farmland. And I have not seen anywhere, and I did go over some of the meeting. Is it anywhere where we are looking to somehow give the farmers some kind of a break beside the tax break, because they're sitting on property that's could be worth $16,000 an acre or more, or a little bit less, but overall quite a bit of money, and especially if you have 10 to 20 acres. So is that in there anywhere? Could anyone let me know through Your Worship?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's Ryan Jocks, Director of Planning. I'll ask that Gabriel Clerk, Manager of Growth and Sustainability, highlight a couple of points from the report that the Committee of the Whole received on Monday of last week with regard to where we're at with various forms of incentive. Thanks, Gabe.
At the February 14th, 2022 meeting, Council received a decision tree which contained 4 steps. The first step included the question as to whether or not the committee supports an departure from the status quo with regards to the current trajectory with regards to woodlots in Chatham-Kent. And the second decision motion was passed by Council included the inclusion of the education, incentive, and regulatory tool for further investigation. What we did at the March 21st meeting was we then brought forward some suggestions for how those 3 tools can be configured. That definitely included, or for that report, definitely included a discussion about possible structure for incentives. So that was part of the report from last week. Yes.
Okay, so but we haven't nailed it down to April 11th meeting if it takes place.
Thanks, Councillor. We were essentially providing at the March 21st meeting, we provided a starting point for additional engagement. As you mentioned, nothing's been nailed down or finalized. What our direction, as we understood it from the committee, was to provide a series of options for how the education incentive and regulation instrument could potentially be configured, the various ways that they can be configured, and to provide a suggestion for further public engagement based on existing municipal policy, existing provincial policy, the survey from 2021, and a review of best management practices. So all of those factors are sources of information were considered by administration when laying out the options in the March 21st report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. Sorry. Through you, Your Worship. I'm standing on the fence on this right now. I have issues with telling a farmer that he can't farm his land, but I also realize where we are with tree coverage in Chatham-Kent. I know we've planted a lot of new acres, which is fantastic, but it is going to take some years before they meet up with the trees that we have at the moment. This is a hard one, but it does not look like. I don't know if you've thought of asking the KFA if their members would take a vote and through Chatham-Kent so that we can see the results, because many of the people that have spoke tonight who are woodlot and have farms are for this right here, and then there are many that are not. So I would like a real reading on the entire KFA group on this, because it seems that we're getting two different sides to this, and I would really like to know what the entire KFA body thinks on this. But I thank the people who do have the farmland and the woodlots, because they are doing Chatham-Kent a great favor, and the people of Chatham-Kent without anything but maybe the tax benefit of zero taxes, which thank you for what you have done. That's everything.
Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor Solomon.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. At the risk of repeating some of the comments that have already been made by Councillors Harrigan and Carmen McGregor, I'm going to be supporting the motion that's on the screen. We were given a responsibility and we accepted it. I think we went backwards last week. I think if we don't accept the recommendation that's on the screen, that we will be admitting that we don't know what we're doing. There has been, in my opinion, sufficient consultation. I'm not sure that a facilitator will be able to get any different answer than what we got in 2013-14. I'm concerned about the amount of work that has undergone on the part of staff and what they're feeling about this switch that we've made. And I am looking forward very much to hearing some of the recommendations that are coming out of the groups that are in favor of woodlot preservation. So, as I said, I will be supporting the motion on the screen. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Worship. I have no speeches to give, only questions. The first question I have is, no matter what motion is passed, can someone tell me if the freeze on woodlot removal, if I call it that we passed quite some time ago, whether it will stay in place no matter what we do tonight? Something either this recommendation of the council of whole.
Thank you. Your worship, Mr. That'll, the temporary tree cutting bylaw is set to expire April 30th. It's noted in tonight's report that we will have to come back to council and get some direction at the April 25th meeting on what council will want to do with regard to that bylaw. So that's still not been decided.
What's your recommendation?
At this point, we haven't read the report, so we got to see what the direction is tonight, and then I think we'll come back with our recommendation, obviously, in 2 weeks from now.
That's what I don't understand, because no matter what we do tonight, if we go with the motion that was passed by council and committee in the whole, there will be a longer period of time before decisions. But during that period of time, if the what you call a temporary suspension or temporary bylaw that remains in place, there's no removal of woodlots. And if we accept this, it will be to May 16th, and we'll still need to have the temporary bylaw extended past April 30th. So I'm a little confused at when I asked what your recommendation would be. I would have assumed you'd say, one way or the other, you're going to have to extend past April 30th. Am I incorrect in that?
Thank you, Your Worship. You're not incorrect in that either motion, you're not going to get to the final decision point on the next steps. That's accurate. I think that decision, I guess, will have to come to the next council meeting on whether the council wants to, in either course of action, whether you want to extend that temporary bylaw or this continues one way or the other, or the other option is to let it expire and this process will still continue, but there won't be a temporary bylaw in place during that time frame.
Yeah. I just assumed you recommended keep the status quo until we made a final decision, but that's just what I assumed. And we know how dangerous it is to assume things. My second question is, I really don't understand 2C. I get it that that's probably not the heart of or the intended result of Councillor Hall's motion. I'm just trying to understand what that means. Is it anticipated that we're going to have some kind of large meeting of council in a bigger place than our chambers? Or are council members still going to be attached virtually? Can you just clarify that for me? The wording doesn't make it clear to me.
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start on this, and if the clerk may want to jump in as well. So 2C is essentially amending the procedural bylaw. The way it's proposed here, the meeting would still occur virtually. The change would be that we would allow people to speak and give public deputations through Zoom versus the clerk reading all of the submissions. They can still choose to do that if they prefer, or if they'd like to give come on and give their deputation directly, they can do that via Zoom. So that's really the nature of 2C.
How many days are you going to plan, how many days are you going to allot for this? We had, I think, deputations tonight took over an hour. And if we're getting closer to the maps with the clerk and staff reading them, just give me an idea of what all this means. Because I can't imagine we could accomplish it in a 4-hour period.
Yeah, so I think for maybe clarification, the intent of the original was to focus deputations on the options that were presented last week. So I think there needs to be clarity out there to the public that if you're commenting, giving comments, the request is that they give comments on those various options that were presented by administration in the report last week. It's not to be to go over everything all again that we've heard. So I think that's part of the direction you give to the public. That's the focus of just as the same, if people want to give those comments as we've asked, they can do so, in writing through Let's Talk as well, if they prefer to do that, to provide, written comments as well. So,
okay.
Yeah.
It just seems that it will be a long and difficult process, the meeting itself. Because I really don't think I'm going to hear deputations that are short, because they have more to comment on than just the general comments that we've received in the past. I would hope they're going to be so that we can make helpful and wise decisions. There'll be in more detail, I would think, than what we've heard in the past. But again, just another assumption. Okay, that's all I have. Just wanted to try to understand where we're intended to go with this, and what risk we take by making either decision. But it appears to me that we're going to extend, we have to extend the ban, if you will, or the freeze, if you will, because we certainly will not be done away under either circumstance. And I think you agree with that now. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Cannon. I do believe that we just went through a third-party person in an in-camera deal we had, and it was helpful because the recommendations were laid out properly, 100%. And to me, a third-party person in here will lay the recommendations out. The council should follow the direction either way, and as long as they stay neutral in it, it'll be done right. It's a hard decision on the council, but a third party would see it neutral. And I don't know, it's putting a lot on the councillors here, where I think the third party would do a lot better job. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sullivan asked my question regarding the moratorium, and in the conversations I've had, there is broad, nonpartisan support on that. I think everybody recognizes that the moratorium needs to stay in place until we've come to a conclusion on this. To the clerk, is there a difference between deputation and I heard the term delegation tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, there's no difference.
Okay, but on a deputation, you're limited to 5 minutes, right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so following the procedural bylaw, we have the 5-minute regulation, and just a couple things to maybe clarify here. April 11th was scheduled to be a planning meeting. Planning Services has moved the planning applications to the next week's meeting, April 4th, so it would be the intent that the April 11th meeting would strictly be deputations with regards to the framework that was presented to the committee, so that could be from 6 to 10 o'clock. If we found that there was a long list, the procedural bylaw does allow us to reduce that 5 minutes to potentially 3 or 2 minutes, and it would be our intent, if moving forward with this, that just as I'm envisioning, as I'm looking at the motion, we could have a list of the speakers, and we could also have the time clock on the screen so that we could make sure that people stuck to those times so we could get through as many as possible to those that have registered. Thank you.
Thank you. And much like all our other deputations, I just want to understand that there's no opportunity for questions and there's no opportunity for conversation, right? It's 5 minutes, speak your piece, and sit back down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the only thing the procedural bylaw does permit is a question of clarification, but it wouldn't be any cross debate or questions back and forth with any of them. It would just be strictly deputations as they would be received, and we'd move on to the next one as we read them now.
Thank you. And I think I heard Bruce say that we're trying to focus the deputations on
the options that were presented, the recommendations that were presented at the last meeting, correct?
So we always try to keep the deputations to the report. So you will have heard tonight that the deputations were strictly on the public consultation portion. And so, yes, we would ask that these deputations are strictly on the framework that is presented. And they've given many options, and we would ask that they would come forward through a consultation period to decipher which items in the framework, which options they recommend would be the best, and why, and et cetera. But it would be basically what would be in the report and nothing more.
So there isn't really opportunity to present new options or ideas.
I think that there potentially could be. I think if there was another idea out there, it's not like they couldn't put forward other options, but it's really moving forward with the framework of how best can we move forward now with it. I think we've had a lot of deputations on other matters about, how much tree coverage we have and, where we are in Chatham-Kent and the percentage. I think now is the time to talk about the framework. And if there is a new idea out there, I'm sure that administration would like to hear that. Okay, Councillor Thompson, I think.
Thank you. Have there been any formal meetings with stakeholders on no, not. The internet might be rough on me. Hang on here a second. There we go.
You're okay now.
Have there been any formal meetings? Thank you. I thought so. Meetings with stakeholders on either side to get their ideas on implementation.
I'll let Ryan or Bruce go to that one.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I just, you're cutting out there a little bit. I asked that question just to confirm.
Okay. Have there been any formal meetings with stakeholders on either side to get their ideas on implementation?
So if maybe I'll just back up a step. So up to, we acknowledge back, in the fall when we first started the committee level that, the meetings right up until February were essentially to, there's a number of pieces of information we were asked to provide. And last week was essentially the first time we've put out just some options to generate some feedback and discussion, to your point, to get, feedback on options. So, and maybe it's really great if there's other suggestions on the options, by means we're all received as well. It wasn't meant to be that what we presented last week is, the only options that are, at play for consideration here.
So have there been any formal meetings with stakeholders? Thank you. And to me, that's a frustration. I think that should be a frustration to anybody who's involved in this issue. That they haven't had an opportunity to form the conversation. They've had an opportunity to respond to the conversation that's being delivered to them. And I find that very frustrating. I would like a roll call vote on this particular issue tonight. I do have a couple of comments I'd like to make too. And I hope my internet doesn't die out on me. I think it's clear that the issue needs to be addressed. There's no argument that our tree cover is among the lowest across the province. No one's disputing the previous strategy didn't work. There's also no argument that we have some of the best growing conditions and soils in the country. None of these things are up for debate. It's all true. But when I look at this motion, I ask myself, why have a committee when council isn't going to accept the decisions of the committee? I shudder to think of what could happen if we got to the end of this and council shot down whatever the committee brought forward. And as the vice chair, I can't see myself advocating to council to disregard the decisions of the committee. That's not something I can do no matter how this all plays out. I'll always vote in favor of more input and more transparency. And when I ask myself, how would I vote if the rules were reversed, I come back to that we always need as much input as we can get and as much transparency as we can get. And we got to hear from 38 individuals tonight, and I thank them for that. It's hard to disagree with a lot of what they said. It's also hard to disagree with 400 plus individuals that want to continue the conversation and instead of shooting it down are actually interested in talking and working through the implementation. Because so far we've had a lot of consultation to the end goal. Where do we need to end up? But we haven't had a lot of conversation about how we get there. So I do disagree with this idea that more engagement is a bad thing and that we've done all we need to do. I've never thought I'd hear residents and councillors say that we've done all we need to do on the consultation side. It seems to be a misunderstanding that one group would be excluded to the benefit of the other with the idea of a third-party facilitator. I certainly don't see it that way, and I don't view that as what's being discussed. We're super focused tonight on the conclusion and not the journey, and if we don't get the journey right, we end up botching the landing, and council of the day, whichever council it is, will come back in 8 to 10 years and have to deal with this again, just like we did in 2013 or 2014. And nobody wants to deal with this again. There are those that feel we're moving too slow and that a bylaw needs to be put in place now, forgetting the needs, the requirements, and the concerns of those who disagree. And we do not the legislative power to do that. In the current moratorium, to see that we've lost. I think the consultation done today has shown us the destination. The journey still needs to be plotted, and that's why it needs to be continued. The committee made the right decision at the last committee meeting, and I think council should honor that decision the committee brings forward on a go-forward basis. Those are my comments, and I just would like to reiterate I do want a roll call vote on this. Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. If you can go to Councillor Foss first, that'd be great. Most of my points have been made here and I'm striking them out, so I'm just going to try to just basically not to be redundant. If you don't mind going to Councillor Foss, I mean, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Foss, then back to Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Worship. Just questioning the April 11th date, I guess. Some of us will be going to Good Roads Convention, and I'm not sure whether we can meet virtually. I kind of feel it would be important to be there in person, but because we've already scheduled to go to Good Roads, and I'm not sure how many other councillors will be away at that time.
Mr. Mayor, it's Judy. Just from the perspective of the motion that's on the floor right now is an electronic meeting. It's not an in-person meeting. And so you still could participate electronically if you were not in Chatham-Kent.
Okay, and I guess I misread that. I was under the impression, I guess the Bradley Center format is not included in this motion. Then.
That would be right. The motion that's on the floor right now does not include in person. Okay.
I guess I'm a little disappointed with that because the fact is that I'm favoring in-person meetings, and a meeting of this kind would certainly be beneficial in my opinion in person. But I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor McMillan.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. As indicated, most of my comments have just been recently made, but I guess one question I'll have maybe to the Councillor Hall who drafted the motion up. In regards to D, it states that with the new recommendations for a new draft Woodlot Preservation framework. So is my interpretation correct that we're going to be compiling all the information that we receive over the next 2 months or so, and then have a framework, and then after that framework is established, are you hoping that the May 16th meeting will be looking at recommendations for framework, or actually coming to a conclusion onto the direction that we're going to take? Because my concern is that it's nice to do with the recommendations for a new draft Woodlot Preservation framework, but my hope is that the community members, both on both sides of the equation, have the ability to establish maybe different recommendations, for the different drafts. And my hope is that the more engagement from a complexity of conversation-wise goes, that's where we can kind of get. I'm not. I guess I appreciate appreciate all the hard work staff is, and it's nothing to say that, I don't find the staff that is sufficient. It's just that the complexities is very challenging to decide on where we're going when there's been it's more deputations instead of actual conversations in regards to how we can get to where we're going, right?
If I may, Mayor Cannon?
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Sakachi, I think the idea with this motion is to accept the public submissions for a 30-day period and have that be included into a report to the Committee of the Whole on May 16th. Also included in that would be, the deputations that are received at the April 11th Committee of the Whole meeting. I believe that's how it reads anyway. And that would be included into a report that would include recommendations at the May 16th meeting. And then it would be up to the committee to, we would be starting to debate that after only hearing that, that engagement specifically on those, on those tools that that municipalities are able to use, the incentive, education, and regulation. So, that being said, that it's not signed, sealed, and delivered, that a decision would be made by the committee at that point, and a recommendation would be given to council. But I think those are the two meetings that we have approved as a committee to have at this point. So if it takes more time, a subsequent meeting to complete our conversation, or subsequent 2 meetings, whatever it takes, but it'll be in the hands of the committee at that point. Hopefully that answers your question. For my intention, anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Wall. I guess my last comment is that it's great to hear people's suggestions, whether there be for or against the potential regulation. Where my struggle is that many, regardless of their stature, where their present views are, is I think that we have a lot of very educated people on both sides that are able to deliver a lot of content to us in regards to different solutions that may transpire. I just feel that by giving a deputation, we hear their statements on their views currently where they're at and where they're supportive, but there's no real dynamics of the conversation that says how do we get to something that maybe is palatable for both people and beneficial to the community. So like Councillor Oche, I very much struggle with this as well. I can tell you that I've received more calls this weekend from the agriculture community than I have at any other time regarding this one. That was very much supportive of moving forward with regulation. But I also know that there's a lot of components that understand that this is it's a very challenging topic, and I just feel that if we had some a mediator, that we might be able to get to more of a common ground. But I'll listen to the rest of the comments, and I do appreciate the floor. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Certainly appreciate the discussion tonight, and there's been some great comments, and I think it's important to remember that this motion is not a newly produced idea of a different direction to move in. This is part of a process that we've committed to at a number of points in the past year, as data has been collected and as public feedback has been collected, as a third party has been used for a survey that went out to the whole community. I think that's really important to note, that Council has had an opportunity to put a stamp on this process all through that year, and we have done that. And I think one of the really important points that I recall from one of our previous meetings was Council voted that the status quo wasn't working, and we needed to look at change. And then the discussion went to, well, what tools would we like to use? And we asked for information back on those tools. And at that point, I felt the discussion was really productive, and I heard a number of voices say, this is an important next step because we don't know what people are commenting on. We need to understand what tools are available. We need to expand on those and then put them out to allow feedback. And I think that's a really productive strategy. And we all committed to that strategy, only to turn around and say, maybe we shouldn't do this just a month later. And I think that was a real mistake in committee. I think it's important to look at the process that we follow in all aspects of council business. And we've used deputations through budget processes, through other committee of the whole meetings, through, you know, a whole number of issues that we face, and it's an opportunity for people to make comment on policy, on process, and often that's very, very constructive. And I think that not moving forward with that is a mistake. And really what this motion's about is continuing with our commitment to this process that's been a year long. And I think that, you know, over the years I've heard some sometimes warranted criticism of the need to refer and defer and avoid making decisions. And I think that we have an opportunity here to validate the decisions we've been making for a year and stick to a process we've committed to and not avoid a politically difficult decision. At the end of the day, we're not going to reach consensus on this issue, and we don't reach consensus on many issues. But it's important to set up a process that allows people to participate. And I think when we talk about opportunities for two-way conversations, that's incumbent on each member of the committee and each member of council to enter into those conversations. That doesn't need to happen in a meeting. That's an opportunity to have a visit onto a farm or to pick up the phone and have that conversation, to respond to emails and have a two-way conversation. And I know for the past year, many of us have been doing that. And I think that we can't discount that process, and we can't turn away from our own accountability. And our own accountability is to engage. Our own accountability is each meeting of that committee, each meeting on council, we have an opportunity to guide that process. And we've done that for a year, and I think it's wrong that we turn away from that at the last minute and don't honor this opportunity for engagement that has been set up and has been part of this process for quite some period. So I'm looking forward to getting that feedback on those tools that we put out. I think this is the best way to do it. And as has been said before, if we get to that point and we say, hey, you know what, this still isn't enough, we have to do something else, that's the next decision point for us. So I think that we have to let this process breathe, continue to commit to the process we put forward, and allow the community to continue to have their say, and then be prepared to take accountability and make decisions. Thank you.
And over to you, Councillor Hall, for final comments.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kenneth, and thank you to all my colleagues on council for sharing their views on this matter tonight. I'd just like to go back and remind council as well, and these are some comments that I made back in my original motion from April 2021. So environmental sustainability is a recognized priority for this term of council. This priority includes a dedicated focus on implementing strategies to help everyone become stewards and adapt to a changing climate. CK Plan 2035 states that Chatham-Kent will continue to develop innovative approaches to addressing, protection, and preservation of natural resources. Chatham-Kent's vision statement of a welcoming, healthy, prosperous community that is culturally rich and naturally innovative represents the kind of community we will and can become, including having respect for the role of agriculture, our environment, and natural resources. Throughout this past year, this council has implemented a temporary bylaw, which we've discussed tonight. We've created a specific committee of the whole to tackle this issue. We've already hired a third-party consultant to conduct an extensive community consultation process, which generated comment and opportunities to share feedback from hundreds of landowners from across Chatham-Kent in an open, transparent, inclusive, and accessible format. We've received a detailed tree coverage analysis from the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority. We've learned about some best practices across Ontario. We've also learned that municipalities across Ontario, which includes us, have tools to use to address private woodlot preservation, which are education, incentives, and regulation. Last month, in our committee meeting, our committee of the whole provided direction to staff to move away from the status quo approach and to continue on in our decision-making process. We also provided direction to further explore these three tools I just mentioned and to go back to the public for consultation and feedback and ideas and comments on the different options. We've been meticulous throughout the past year with this issue. We have an enormous amount of new information. We've taken our time, and our staff has been phenomenal in providing accurate, unbiased, objective, neutral, and detailed information every step of the way. The council, we need to do our job. Last Monday, it was late. It was a long night. It was an emotional night. Reid said it tonight. We took a couple steps backwards, but by supporting this motion before you this evening, we can get back on track, and we can get the new and the fresh feedback that we need from the community on the tools we've requested and directed staff to investigate and explore further. I'm hoping for your support tonight, and I know the majority of our community is as well, along with future generations of Chatham-Kent. Thank you.
With that, Madam Clerk, I'll pass it over to you to go through the recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so the motion is on the screen, and we will go alphabetical. Councillor Oche.
No.
Sorry?
No, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Bondi?
No.
Councillor Sakachi?
No.
Councillor Crew?
Yes.
Councillor Foss?
Yes.
Councillor Finn?
No.
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
Councillor Harrigan?
Yes.
Councillor Kirkwood-White?
Yes.
Councillor Latimer?
No.
Councillor McGrail?
No.
Councillor Brock McGregor?
Yes.
Councillor Carmen McGregor?
Yes.
Councillor Pinsino?
No.
Councillor Solomon?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
No.
Councillor Wright?
No.
And Mayor Caniff?
Yes.
I believe it is 9-9, and therefore motion fails.
Madam Clerk, then we default back to the original motion that was put up?
It's up to council what they would wish. We can stop there, or if you need direction, then yes, somebody could put the motion on the report.
Your Worship, I'd like to put that on the floor, the original recommendations.
I'd be happy to second it.
Okay, so Councilor Pinsino puts it out, seconded by Councilor Thompson. Anybody have any discussion on this particular one? Councilor actually I'll go to Councilor Pinsino. Is there anything you want to say as the mover?
No, I think we've beat this one to a pulp. This is the way to go. That's all.
All right. Councilor Thompson is the seconder.
Yeah, my question would be, what would happen? Where do we go if this fails?
I was thinking the same thing, Councilor Thompson, because it could be a 9-9 tie again, and which would we would go in an endless circle.
Yeah, we would. So I guess that's rhetorical, and unless somebody on staff or the clerk has an idea.
Yes, Brian, you keep putting your hand up there. Do you have any thoughts?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That's a good question. I think if there is no direction from council on a course of action tonight, I think maybe the most practical approach forward is to have the committee of the whole sit on April 11th and consider that very question of direction forward, because the committee still is formed for this issue, and while council has the opportunity now under this report to give direction, it ultimately doesn't need to give further direction if this happens to fail. Those are just my thoughts, but certainly if the clerk or others have other opinions, but those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
So that concept we're seeing is if this is turned down and we're in an endless loop, we go back to the committee and come up with something from a committee level. Anyways, so with that, I get a list of speakers.
So, hang on. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I guess just my final comment then would be, at best we would lose 2 more additional weeks before we can make a decision on what can possibly happen again, right? Lose a meeting. Okay, thank you. So I think with that in mind, I think it's best to honor the decision that we made as a committee at the first place. Thank you.
Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor Hall and Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Worship. I voted the other way, and it's time to get things moving, and we don't need to get in an endless loop. So I'm going to support this motion. Let's just get a move on here. Sometimes an independent meeting, this is a person who voted the other way, but I just think we need to go forward one way or the other. So I'm going to support the motion.
Councillor Hall?
And that ought to solve your endless loop.
Okay. Councillor Hall?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just request that this be split into two separate votes, please. Number 1 and number 2. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman B. McGregor, did you have anything? You had your hand up originally? Or?
Yeah, I had a similar question that was asked what was going to happen, but I did again maybe want to establish what the process would be. I know we kind of talked about that extension of the temporary bylaw, but if we're rearranging the meeting schedule and decision points, is that something that we just deal with at a subsequent meeting or something that we'd have to address more quickly?
Thank you, Your Worship. Question again around the temporary bylaw. I think regardless, that'll have to come back to council since there's no scheduled committee meeting, at least based on this recommendation right now. And I think that it's a council decision ultimately, anyway, obviously, right? It's a bylaw consideration. So the 25th is it'll have to be the meeting that we bring a report back to deal with it because it expires when we're held around April 30th.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully that's okay.
Okay, with that, we have we're having this split, so we'll put to vote item number 1.
Mr. Mayor, I just got an email or text from Meredith, and she says it's just going to take a minute to separate those two, so if we can just wait 1 second.
Okay.
Your Worship, while we're waiting for that, I have my hand raised.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Councillor Solomon. You've already spoken once.
No matter which way this thing turns out, 1 and 2, will you accept depending on how it turns out, will you accept a motion to extend the bylaw until council makes a final decision?
I will accept that, yes.
Okay, well, I'll put my hand, depending on what happens, I'll put my hand up again.
All right.
Okay, Mayor Kaniff, we're ready now?
Okay, so we'll put to vote item number 1.
All votes are in. Motion passes 11-7. And now we'll move on to number 2. And all votes are in, and motion passes 13-3. Or sorry, 13-5. My apologies.
Okay, with that, we will move on to item 18, infrastructure engineering.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, yes, Councillor Solomon, I'll go to you.
Yes, Your Worship, I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to get us to a point where we don't have to come back with a recommendation for a further decision, knowing that we really want to keep, really what we've done for a period of time is keep the status quo of the original temporary bylaw in place, which I don't think I supported at the time, but it makes perfect logical sense to keep that in place until we've made a decision. And so I should point out that I take this very seriously. I spent a couple weekends last summer driving around in my car from one end of the CK to the other to try and get a feel for an independent, non-partial feel for woodlots and our trees in Chatham-Kent. So on that basis, I would move that the temporary bylaw be extended until such time as Chatham-Kent Council has made a final decision with respect to woodlot preservation and management.
Councillor Finn, I saw your hand go up first. Do you want to second that?
I shall.
Okay. Councillor Solomon, anything else you want to say about your motion?
No, I do not.
Okay. Any other comments or questions regarding that motion as we wait for it to get up on the screen? Okay, that's the motion we're voting on. Seeing no other questions, we'll put that to vote.
And we'll just need 1 sec. Oh, there we go. We're all set. All votes are in. Motion passes 16-2.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 18 now, infrastructure and engineering services.
18A, LO Stonehouse Pedestrian Bridge, Community of Wallaceburg.
Councillor Hall and Councillor C. McGregor, can I get you to put this on the phone, please?
Yes, so I have a few questions as well.
Yeah, certainly.
As do I.
All right, Councillor Hall, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Kenneth. Just shifting gears here, questions for Brendan. Thank you for the report, Brendan, by the way, but just a few questions to you. So my first question, given that the bridge has been closed since November due to public safety, can you expand a little bit on what exactly is wrong with the bridge? I know your report states that there's deteriorated structural components, but can you expand on that a bit, please?
Sure. No problem. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kim. So as part of the provisionally mandated biannual inspections required on all of our structures, the 2019 OSIN inspection, which stands for Ontario Structure Inspection Manual, identified some isolated locations of deteriorated structural components. So engineer retained known consultant to complete a detailed condition assessment, which is a pretty standard procedure when we get an OSIN report that comes back with that. They reviewed the seal members and found that the deterioration had accelerated in 2020 and 2021. So the areas of deterioration specifically are on the bottom steel members of the main and the lift spans, if you take a look at the image of the bridge in the report. So since these members are hollow steel rectangular sections, the concern is that it's hard to determine the exact extent of the steel corrosion based on a review of the exterior of the member. So the concerns were that the amount that Dylan was able to see on the outside of the members led them to believe that there's more on the inside. And based on those site visits and their opinions from their engineers, they recommended that we close the bridge immediately for going through those public safety concerns.
Great, thank you, Brendan. So follow up to that. So the element in the recommendation in the report that says to galvanize and recoat the north and south spans, is that a new process? And I guess subsequently, is that what leads to the longer lifespan and kind of address those issues that we're seeing right now?
Well, thank you, Mayor Kim. So galvanization of steel is essentially just a process that applies a protective coating to the exterior of the steel, which helps prevent it from rusting. So this is recommended for a structure like this, just in the way that pedestrian bridges themselves are their steel members are exposed to the elements. This is different from vehicular bridges that sort of have a protection provided by the concrete deck above them, whereas pedestrian bridges are mainly steel trusses, so they're exposed to the elements in that. So the current is not galvanized, so it requires that coating every 10 to 15 years or so, which is quite expensive due to the fact that it's over a water course and the environmental protections that are required during each application. So as part of this rehabilitation, we would recommend putting back steel members that are galvanized to protect against that.
Thank you, Brandon. Right, yeah. So, as we heard during the deputations tonight about the importance of the bridge, and I've heard this, and I think Councillor C. McGregor has too, is there any feasible way, I know we're talking about rehabilitation, that'll take some time, is there any feasible way for an interim or a short-term fix that could take place before the rehabilitation happens?
Thank you, Mayor Camp. Yeah, we did review that option to make some temporary repairs, and we discussed this with our consultant. They did not find that it was financially feasible to do that. They determined that the minimum amount we'd be looking at spending is approximately $700,000, which would only add about 20 to 25 years of life to the bridge, compared to the $1 million in just base construction costs that we're recommending in the report. That's going to add 60 years to the life of the structure. So the main reason behind this is, like I said earlier, due to the way that the bridge is constructed with the hollow steel members, they can only really tell which sections are rusting based on the outside. So if we were to start repairing those steel members, they would have to basically cut the rust sections out and then keep cutting back until they found sections that they could weld onto. So it's just the cost to do that and kind of the uncertainty of that kind of leads to that cost. Another thing that needs to be considered is that because this structure is light, the most likely construction method would be to pick it up with a crane and either bring it to a warehouse or a shop or load it somewhere on site. So that cost to actually clean it out, we would have to bore, regardless of if we do a temporary repair or if we do a more robust. So that's one of the main reasons I'm driving that cost up as well. And even if we did repair it, we would have to do another coating, which again is expensive. So that's why it seems like it's a lot of money compared, but it's more so the money is just being spent in more efficient ways that are going to add to the life cycle of the structure instead of just making a temporary repair.
Well, thanks for that, Brandon. I think you answered part of my next question about taking it away. But I guess, so in terms of the timeline, for this work to happen, I know in the report it says, it'll be tendered in late 2022, and then construction in 2023. I know when we spoke about this about a month ago, Brendan, that I believe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you said that there might be an effort made to try to shorten that timeline, just knowing how important it is to try to get this operational again for the community. But is that still something that you strive for, to try to get the tender out as soon as possible so that we can get this work started?
Yeah, Mayor Camp. So, yes, we are assuming, we get direction from council to proceed with this rehab. We'll approach the consultant that was responsible for the detailed conditions assessment, as they have a good background on the structure. They were also the same consultant that did the work in 2015. So we would approach them and get a proposal for engineering and contract administration. And yeah, as you discussed there, we'll definitely make a commitment to evaluate that option to pick it up and move it. So that was, I think, what we talked about. Is there's a unique opportunity there that if the right contractor wins the project, they might decide to just pick the bridge up, bring it to their shop, and work on it kind of in the winter months, and then hopefully deliver it early in the year. Again, that's dependent on what the detailed design determines, the best rehabilitation method is, and which contractor wins a tender and how they proceed, how they decide to construct it.
Right on. Thanks for that. And now getting into another part of the report that talks about grant funding for active transportation. I guess, can you confirm, Brandon, that this application was submitted to cover up to 60% of this specific project for the walking bridge? And I guess, what's the timeline, the anticipated timeline, and when would we know if we got that funding?
Thank you. Okay. So it's the Active Transportation Fund. It's a funding program that provides $400 million to active transportation projects throughout Canada over 5 years. So Chatham-Kent submitted an application for this grant. with various active transportation projects, and we prioritize the Eagleson Bridge as the highest prioritized project due to the fact that it's closed right now and that it's scheduled to be constructed in the next year or so. So if we were successful with this grant, the grant could fund up to 60% of the eligible costs. And during the application stage, we did ask the federal government what the timeline was for the funding, and unfortunately, their answer wasn't very clear due to the fact that it's going to be funding projects over the next 5 years, and there's multiple intakes. However, our submission did go through as part of the first intake, and we did have it prioritized high, and we did, mention that it was supported in the community, and it's currently closed. So we're hoping that we will hear back from them before we're able to do the project.
That's great to know, Brendan. Thank you very much for that one. And just a couple more questions of clarity. Thanks for allowing me the time here, Canada. So this has been raised by the community, and we hear about this. I know the walking bridge came up on that ugly list, and this was before I was on council. I think it was even before Councillor Seaman was on council. So I just wanted to let you know and tell all council, I guess, that I appreciate that detailed chart in the report, which states that divestment of this walking bridge is not supported. But can you just expand on that a bit, Brendan, and just further clarify this? I just know whenever bridges come up, the walking bridge comes up on the agenda, there's a bit of anxiety in the community about it. So if you just clarify that this is, not up for divestment, not recommended for divestment, can you just clarify that?
No, exactly. So my thank you, Mayor Cannon. So my understanding is that this bridge was originally added to the divestment list in the past. And a meeting was held, and there's overwhelming public support to the support rehabilitating structure back in the day. So that was when the north span was up for replacement. So on June 28th, 2014, a report was approved by council to remove this bridge from the divestment list. In a 2014 budget meeting, council approved a reserve commitment for a one-time bridge backlog of $7.3 million, which included $500,000 for the Sunburst Bridge. So this went towards the rehabilitation of the north span. So as directed by council, in a report that was approved in February 2021, the bridge divestment matrix is applied to each structure that is being considered for rehab or replacement. The matrix was applied to this structure even though it's not a standard vehicular bridge and the categories don't necessarily fall in line with a pedestrian bridge. But just some of the highlights, the traffic volume, we say, average annual daily traffic, so AADT, of over 400 is not divestable. So this bridge did have a pedestrian count back in 2014 of 450 pedestrians per day. So not a direct comparison. So there's that. And then the overall transportation network. So based on our discussions with Chatham-Kent planning, there's an ongoing Wallaceburg site secondary plan, and it is expected that plan will not support the removal of the structure. So that's why we're not recommending it for divestment at this time. We are recommending that it be rehabilitated.
Thanks for that, Brendan. Just two more quick questions. So I heard from some voters, and they were asking whether or not the lifting mechanism of the bridge is still operable now, and if it would be into the summer and when this work was taking place. I guess basically, can larger boats, get through and get by the bridge right now, even though people can't walk on it. But can boats still get through, and is it still movable?
Thank you, Cam. So we'll work with Public Works. They're the ones that operate the bridge, and we'll determine with them if it's and with the consultant, just in case there's any issues, to see if we should either just leave the bridge in open position throughout the navigation season, which is May 15th and October 15th, or if we will either operate it on an as-needed basis or just leave it open during the summer. And then, as with all our other new bridges, we'll ensure that as part of the tender package that the contractor is aware of this navigation season. This water course needs to be traversable by larger boats.
Great, excellent. And you'll keep us informed about that and the public informed about what...
Of course, yeah, and I think Chris might have a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Chris Stever here. So I was just going to make a follow-up comment to that, exactly in line with your comment there, Councillor Hall. We will make sure that we get a release out to the public as well as council with regards to the outcome of that discussion, that conversation about ensuring that it gets open for the navigation season.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Chris. And just one final question. and I've heard this from a few people, will there be any opportunity for public input, I guess, especially during the design process with the rehabilitation? I know, council was sent some ideas from the public, and people are curious about that and are anxious to, provide details and their ideas. But is there some opportunity for public input, I guess, before the final design is made?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Camp. So we can utilize our Chatham-Kent website page during the design stage. Once we're at a point where we have high-level design, we can put it up there for some public feedback. Just some of the things that we are looking at that we'll be exploring during the detailed design is looking at obviously galvanizing the steel members to extend their life cycle. Also be looking to upgrade the steel members to a thicker steel per current MTO and Canadian Bridge Code design standards to further extend the life of the steel. We're also looking at composite deck. Public Works is having some initiatives that would reduce the Public Works life cycle, replacing the wood panels planks there. As with other bridges in downtown areas, we've been directed to look at LED lighting on the bridge, similar to the Third Bridge package. We're also going to take this opportunity to make the bridge AOD compliant. So the lift span right now is only 1.2 meters wide. So we're definitely looking at increasing it to 1.5 meters to make it AOD compliant. We're also going to explore options to widen it even further to match the 1.8 meter width of the existing spans. However, we need to be careful because it's only a rehab. We're using the existing piles and foundations and abutments. So there's a limit to how much weight we can put on the structure based on the Canadian Bridge Design Code. So, but yes, we will definitely put this up on Chatham-Kent Woodstock for public feedback once we get to the stage in the design that it's ready for that.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to share that with the community as well. So thank you very much, Brendan, for answering all the questions, as you, Chris, as well. I won't repeat all the reasons why this bridge is important. I think our deputations that all council heard tonight summed it up perfectly. It's an important, key piece to our community, and I appreciate council's support tonight. Thank you.
Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, and through the mayor, and I'd like to thank everyone that took the time in our community and our organizations that put in a delegation tonight. It really shows the need and the passion of the community and the focus that bridge really has for many venues, events, community, our seniors, a lot of things within our community. So I really appreciate people that took time to bring and send in their delegations, whichever we're going to call them. And other than that, and the questions, and I thank Councillor Hall for all of his questions. He's pretty much covered everything you could possibly ask on that report, so I really appreciate that. The only other thing I would like, and if possibly Ryan or Bruce might speak to it, and it is the actual Southside study, that revitalization study that is taking place. I know in those meetings and when we've talked the importance of that bridge in that study and for the future vision of the South Side and many different cultural issues in the community were discussed. So I'm hoping that maybe, and I know that report's coming soon, but I was hoping that maybe they could at least talk a little bit to the importance of that bridge in the report that's going to be coming forward to council eventually.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is Ryan Jocks, Director of Planning Services. So my comments will speak a lot less to the cost of the bridge and reflect more of its value to the community. So the Wallaceburg Southside Secondary Land Use Plan is currently under development. There's been public consultation over the last couple of months with various stakeholder groups. Ultimately, the plan will propose land use policies to be incorporated into the Chatham-Kent official plan that in part identify assets in the community that will support the redevelopment of the Southside neighborhood, but also support the broader community's vitality over the long term. So to this point, through consultations with many groups, the walking bridge has been clearly identified to be a valuable community asset. As such, the bridge is emerging as a focal point of the new plan.
as Council heard through deputations tonight, the bridge is relied upon by people of Wallaceburg, businesses in Wallaceburg, specifically the downtown area on the north bank of the Sydenham River, as well residents and visitors alike use the bridge during events that leverage the opportunity that the Sydenham River provides there. So to sum it up, planning services does support the continued maintenance of this bridge for the long term, not only to preserve its practical functions, but also for all of the other community building opportunities it provides and will provide over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, and I appreciate that. And as with Councillor Hall, I hope that my fellow councillors to see the value not only to Wallaceburg but to all of Chatham-Kent. So, and hope that you will support this motion tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Lenoir, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
My questions have been asked and answered. Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Pincinel.
I'm good for my questions. Just a comment. Mr. Jakes did indicate that in regards to the community value, I just definitely think that $1.6 million for a walking bridge is extremely steep. I know I heard Mr. Faulkner's comments in regards to the project, but just seems very extensive for a walking bridge. Some of these rehabilitations that we see are $2-3 million for traffic bridges, let alone a walking bridge for that amount. So just wanted to kind of acknowledge that comment. Thank you.
Councillor Pincinel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, there's a lot of money for a walking bridge. I was around when we did the rehabilitation back in 2014, and I did support it at that time because I do believe it is an important asset down in the downtown of Wallaceburg. I think with what's going on there, I think we do have to support this. I guess my question is, and I didn't read it in the report, this $1.6 million, because I thought I remember back in the day, 2014, that it was $700,000 or $800,000 to fix it. How long will this $1.6 million go before we get the money as through the staff?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So this rehab is expected to add 60 years to the life cycle of the bridge. By doing some of the upgrades that I had spoken to earlier, galvanizing the steel nut, that's going to help significantly reduce the future life cycle costs required for the structure. In terms of the costs back in the day, just with some of the pressures we've experienced with inflation, steel prices, and changing regulations in construction, costs of things have gone up since. And I'm also not entirely sure what that estimate originally entailed. This proposal that we're bringing forward would be to rehabilitate the main north span, and then also to provide some upgrades to the existing north span and south span. So galvanizing, where possible, upgrading of the rails. So I think I got.
Yeah, I did. Thanks. I just thought at the time they had told us in 2014 that would be good for like 30 years or something. But I do recognize the importance of this bridge, and I will support it because I know some of our bridges up in the rural area don't seem important to the urban folks, but they are. So I do get it, and I will support it. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. I used to watch people cross this bridge when I was at work in Wallaceburg, and I think it's an important piece of the infrastructure in that community. Really happy to hear there's going to be more public input and engagement as to the process going forward. And I think, as Councillor Hall had said, and even Councillor Pincinel, it's important to support these important pieces of infrastructure that are so key to the identity of a community like Wallaceburg. So, looking forward to seeing this come to fruition.
Councillor Bondy.
Thank you, Mayor Kaniff. I'm going to support this. In that, I think, small community like Wallaceburg, these are one of the neat things that make these small communities really kind of neat small communities, like a walking bridge. We have one in Chatham that goes over the McGregor Creek to Tecumseh Park from downtown. It used to be a lot cooler than it is today, but still, it's one of these unique things that, yes, it's expensive. It's a lot of money, but, if we're going to do things simply in a utilitarian way every time, then we're going to end up with very ununique places. And Wallaceburg is a small, great little community that people appreciate the little nuances that come with these little communities. And a walking bridge is one of them. So, yeah, is it a lot of money? It is. But I think it's worth it. I think it makes, a part of Wallaceburg great, and I don't go to Wallaceburg too often, Wamble, of course, and, some other times, but it's little things like this that I think really make these smaller communities really kind of a neat destination for people, and it would be a shame if we didn't look after it. So I'll support it. Thank you, Mary Kay.
All right, with that, we'll put it to vote. And after that, we'll need to I need someone to move to extend the meeting. Councillor Latimer?
Just need one more vote, Council. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, will you move to extend the meeting to 10:30?
Sure.
All right, can I get a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor O'Shea, anyone opposed?
All opposed, Mayor Canis.
All right.
Me too.
2.
Me too.
3.
4.
4.
5.
5. 6. 7.
8.
8. All right. Okay, so right now we're at 10 to 8 to extend the meeting. Going once, going twice. We're on until 10:30. Hopefully we'll be sooner than that. We've got a couple more items, then we have reading the bylaws. So with that,
I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, Mayor Canis, maybe they could change that. I thought I was voting to extend the meeting. Apologies.
All right, so it's
11
to 7. All right.
Apologies.
A significant movement in extending the meeting. We'll go to the 18B.
18B, temporary outdoor patios, public property.
Councillor Latimer and Councillor Harrigan, can I get you to move this, please?
I have no problem moving this, but I do have a question for Ryan.
Seconded.
All right, Councillor Latimer, over to you.
Mr. Brown, could you please comment on what the anticipated timeline is for the application process to take from start to finish if the businesses submit an application that's complete and accurate and has all required information attached?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Ryan Brown, Director of Public Works. So for a business that submits all of the required paperwork and steps, we anticipate 2 to 3 weeks to turn around the permit and the agreement. And if they do that shortly, we'll do them all in one batch before spring so they can get the patios open.
That's great. Thanks, Ryan, because I think the patios are one of the best things that came out of the pandemic. That's it for me.
Councillor Solomon.
No, I was just about to say one of the only good things that came out of the pandemic is us loosening up on patios and making downtowns much more enjoyable for the public. Thank you.
Mayor Caniff, you're muted.
I would agree that this is a significant thing for the community, and I think we should be looking at longer-term solutions that encourage patios across the municipality. Anyways, with that, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Okay, we'll move on to item 19, Finance, Budget, Information Technology, and Transformation.
19A, Council Resolution supporting equitable OCIF funding for single-tier municipalities.
Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Latimer, can you move this, please?
Yes, thank you.
I will, but I will, Mayor Kenneth, but I wanted a little addition onto the resolution. One more item, which I talked to Gord about, and he agreed.
Okay. Yeah, you see that? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I wanted also the resolution to be copied to Thunder Bay, Greater Sudbury, and AMO for their information.
Okay, any questions? I do have a question if no one else does.
I have more of a comment, but go ahead.
Sorry. No, please do. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I thought this was, I just didn't want this to pass through the consent agenda, and I certainly appreciate the number 2 that Councillor Lenoir added. And I think that, you know, as much as we talk about infrastructure challenges in our community, and we talk about the investments that we've made over the years, you can see what kind of hill we're trying to climb when you look at this $10 million cap, and then you start to compare very similar communities, thinking about Essex County at $18.5 million a year, Elgin County at 11.1, Ramsey County at 15.8, and then Chatham-Kent with what we know is real infrastructure challenges capped out at 10. And I think that demonstrates that we've really fallen through the cracks in this program, and while, you know, the $10 million is really helpful, we certainly should be getting much, much more, and that would be making a very, very significant difference, not just in the way that we deal with this infrastructure deficit, but in the costs that local taxpayers are having to shoulder based on this underfunding. And I think that while this program is really a good demonstration of that, certainly when we look at how we fared in other funding areas, it demonstrates the same challenge. So really, I think that this is a meaningful thing to do. Hopefully it falls on ears that are listening, and certainly I think it makes sense to be forwarding this on to Thunder Bay and Greater Sudbury as well. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer, anything?
Nope. Councillor McGregor.
I just want to ask Gord Whitten a quick question. If we were not amalgamated, would we be receiving more money under the formula?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth, for the question. There's a series of changes that they've outlined over the next 2 years, and of course there could be there's an election, of course, in June that could change this pathway as well. But for 2022, they simply just doubled whatever a municipality got the year before. So we will receive 5.3 5.366 million, and so we've lost out at least $733,000 with this cap. I'm actually a little bit more concerned with the changes that they're proposing in 2023 and 24 onward. There's some good news. They are adding $200 million more to the pot, is the plan. But depending on where this limit goes in future years, it might even, if they kept the $10 million limit, for example, we would get nothing additional next year when they change those rules. So I'm down to $200 million. So that's why it's so important to get out in front of it now, get their attention, and to get the province's attention. Of course, we greatly appreciate the increase from $5.3 million to the $10 million that will help out our budget this year, but I don't want this to set us up for future limits.
With that, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Mr. Mayor, you're muted again.
It's getting late. I forgot to push this button. I do have one to put out as far as a notice of motion. Mayor Darren Caniff would bring forward this motion at our next council meeting, whereas Enbridge has graciously agreed to installing the CK metal letters for all to enjoy at their cost of over $60,000 that came from the International Plowing Match, which is installing on the corner of Kyle Drive and Grand Ave, whereas this public art installation will stand as a visible symbol of partnership between rural and urban, all communities of CK and public and private organizations, and whereas this project would require a building permit with a subsequent cost of between $1,000 and $1,500, therefore it be it resolved that Chatham-Kent exempt Enbridge from paying the municipal fee for this permit. In addition, should any security deposit be required, that it be waived as well. With that, we'll go on to approval of communication items. Councillor Kirkwood-Wright and Councillor C. McGregor. I think you should move that.
Moved.
Happy to second.
And Councillor Kirkwood-Wright, you had a comment on item 3D.
Yes, item 3D, I'd like to propose a similar motion to that of the Township of Woolwich. In other words, sending a letter to both the feds and the province regarding the need for stable, reliable, and predictable funding for mental health supports.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor B. McGregor.
Sorry.
Councillor B. McGregor. Had all sorts of people racing for that one. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion carried.
Okay.
And
Mr. Mayor, sorry, you skipped over closed session reports.
Yes, I wanted to get back to that one. I was saving the best for last. Closed session reports, Councillor Crew. And then can I get Councillor Bondi to second it?
Thank you, Kenneth. Monday, March 9th, Council directed administration on personal matters about identifiable individuals and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose with regard to Ministry of Labor, Section 239(2)B and F Municipal Act 2001. Councillor Finn declared conflict of interest on this item. Closed session Monday, March 16th. Council directed administration on personal matters about identifiable individuals and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose with regard to Ministry of Labor Order, Section 239(2)B and F Municipal Act 2001. Councillor Finn declared a conflict of interest on this item. Closed session Monday, March 21st, 2022. Council directed administration on personal matters about identifiable individuals and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege with regard to a Ministry of Labor Order, Section 239(2)B and F Municipal Act 2001. Councillor Finn declared a conflict of interest on this item. Personal matters about identifiable individuals and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege with regard to CA recruitment, Section 239(2)B and F Municipal Act 2001. Council received information on educating or training the members with regard to diversity, equity, and inclusion training, Section 239(3.1 Municipal Act 2001. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, imposition, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction should be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality with regard to emergency housing, Section 239(2)F and K, Municipal Act 2001. On Monday, March 28th, 2022, Council directed administration on personal matters about identifiable individuals, CAO recruitment, Section 239(2)B, Municipal Act 2001. Council directed administration on labor relations or employee negotiations with regard to QP negotiations and Uniform 2003E, PUC negotiations update. Section 239(2)D, Municipal Act 2001. Councillor Foss and Pinsnell declared a conflict of interest on the PUC portion of this presentation. I so move.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, we'll put it to vote.
votes are in, motion passes 15-0.
All right, we're heading the home stretch, non-agenda business. Seeing none, we will go to first and second reading. Councillor Solomon, Councillor Pinson.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, can I just clarify two things? We've been requested by the Drainage Department to remove the third one under third and final reading. There needs to be a correction with regards to the McDonald drain, so we've removed that from the reading of the bylaws. And in addition, just to remind council that we will, in these readings, we will be extending the temporary clear cutting bylaw in these readings. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Scotchy, did you have non-agenda business?
Just one thing that I really wanted to mention, Mayor Caniff.
Yes.
Chatham-Kent youngster Emma Negri competed in the under 16 girls indoor shot put and under 16 girls weight throw at the Canadian Indoor Track and Field Championship. She won gold at both events, making her a national champion. So this two-day event took place in St. John's, New Brunswick, and I honestly feel that here in Chatham-Kent we have a future Olympian making their headway. So I just want to congratulate Emma being a double national champion for Chatham-Kent and for Canada. Thank you.
Fantastic. Councillor Latimer.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I wanted to remind everybody, don't forget to nominate your favorite older adult for the Chatham-Kent Senior of the Year 2022 award. Nominations close next week, April the 5th. Thank you.
All right, we'll go into first and second reading. Councillor Solomon Pinson.
I don't believe Councillor Sullivan's on the call.
Okay, Councillor Bondi.
Am I moving or seconding?
Seconding.
I will go second. Thank you.
All right. Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Third and final reading. Councillor Foss and Councillor O'Shea.
So moved, Your Worship.
So second. Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Over to Councillor Crew for resolution of council in closed session and adjournment.
I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held Monday, April 4th, 2022, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
Councillor Harrigan, can I get you to close that out with seconding it?
Yes, I'll second that.
Excellent. Anyone opposed to ending this meeting 22 minutes early and finding that in their life? Hearing none, meeting adjourned. Thanks, everyone.